Father, thank you for being with us today and guiding us as we discuss important matters to the county. Please be with all of our law enforcement and all of our people in the county as they work diligently to do good work. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Agenda.
This is kind of your current, but the changes made from what was posted online. 15, Amanda Smith's will be in Savannah. 11:45, Keith During will be in CWC, and then at 12 o'clock we'll have an executive session.
You said at 10:15, Amanda will be here.
9. Just
Okay. Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, move for approval of,
Second. Been moved and seconded to approve the agenda with changes. Further discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. We have minutes from our last meeting.
Mr. Chairman, move for approval of minutes.
Second. Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes from our last meeting. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. We have a stack of bills that need attention.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of bills.
Second. Been moved and seconded to approve payment of those bills. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. We do have some Title 25.
Yes, we do, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we pay Sage West Healthcare in the amount of $33,157.34. And also Ethel Transportation Assistance in the amount of $1,429.22. Motion to approve, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve payment of those Title 25 bills, one to Sage West and one to Ethel Energy, as described in the motion. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. Signature file.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. We have Scott coming in today, museum. So
I think that's just.
just a notice for a public hearing on a budget amendment,
So you approve it now so we can.
so that we can have the. Okay. All right, Mr. Chairman, pursuant to 16-4-111-C. The County Commission of Fremont County have heard the request of the Museum Board requesting authorization to hold a public hearing for the purpose of amending their fiscal year 2025-2026 budget. So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the museum board having a public hearing for the purpose of amending their fiscal budget next week. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, we have an approach access for a driveway application on Lewiston Cutoff. Move to approve.
Second. Been moved and seconded to approve driveway access permit for Lewiston driveway, Lewiston Cutoff. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, we have another approach access application for 20 Pheasant Run Drive. Move to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to permit access permit for 20 Pheasant Drive. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, we have a board cut parallel public utilities right of way easement application for High Plains Power and, about half a mile from Paradise Valley Road on County Road 332. Move to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve a bore cut on, half a mile south of Paradise Valley Road. As further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, we have an FDP subaward, but we'll talk about that at 10 o'clock. We'll also have election judges' wages that we need to set. That'll be exciting, everybody. That'll be at 10:30. And we have another resolution on voting centers. That'll be at 10:30 as well. We also have our procurement policy that's been amended with some of the suggestions we made last time. We'll be talking about that at 11 a.m. And then resolution 2026-15 is also a discussion setting salaries, or the setting salaries thing again. So anyway, that'll have. All right, and then we have commissioners' record of proceeding, Mr. Chairman.
Priority mail.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We have the annual 1838 Mountain Inn Rendezvous 24-hour malt beverage liquor license. Sent in for approval. The application and their check for that. I move for approval for that liquor license.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the 24-hour liquor license for the Mountain Man Rendezvous. What are the dates?
That will be permit from 6/23/26 to 6/28/26.
Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
We have a University of Wyoming study for condition of paved roads in western Wyoming counties. And we also have Fremont County Public Health papers.
Do I need to send this? Priority mail. Excuse me. Public comment.
Yeah.
Deborah Fusto. Just to remind everyone that
Good morning. I have a chair right here. Well, Mike, see you there. Debbie.
just to remind everyone, you have 2 minutes and please introduce yourself and
I am Deborah Fustus, that's all right.
sorry.
And I live in Riverton. I am a retired teacher of 43 years. I am writing to respectfully share my thoughts regarding the selection of the new members for the upcoming Fremont County Library Board. As you consider candidates, I encourage you to prioritize individuals who demonstrate a genuine commitment to serving the entire community. Library board members play a vital role in shaping a public institution that belongs to everyone. And their decisions should reflect that diverse needs, perspectives, and values of the county as a whole, not solely their personal opinions or political beliefs. It is especially important that the board members are willing to actively listen to their community. A strong library system depends on leaders who are open, thoughtful, and responsive to the voices of the people they serve. This has not happened in the past few months. By choosing individuals who value dialogue, you help ensure that the library remains a welcoming and supportive resource for all residents. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Janelle?
Okay.
Why you crazy?
Well,
No, Homelander. Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners, I know you have come to know me from attending your meetings, but I don't think that you are aware that I worked at Lander Medical Clinic for over 41 years. I started out as a medical records receptionist, working my way up through the accounts receivable, collections, accounts payable manager, and in charge of payroll. For 2 years between administrators, I ran the daily operations being overseen by the partnership president, Dr. James Brubaker, and vice president, Dr. Doug Phipps, and clinic accountant, Dean McKee. One thing that I am very aware of is that a billing company can make or break a company. Our in-house billing answered not only to the owners, but to the patients who were our fellow townspeople. An independent company from Utah took over, and there were horrible results, not only financially, but the treatment to our patients wasn't acceptable. At that point, a third-party independent billing company took over. The upgrade in computer knowledge that they brought resulted in better revenue returns, but at a costly price. Why I bring this up today is for you to have some thought before the ambulance director gives her report, and hopefully for you to give some thought to the resolution that is wanted to be added to the primary election ballot. As you all know, my mother-in-law took a full face plant off the WRTA bus at her home, resulting in an ambulance ride on December 26, 25 of 1.3 miles, resulting in a bill of $1,816.02 just for the emergent care. No oxygen, no supplies, nothing. That's just the ride. And $48.95 for the mileage. The primary insurance was billed, but I contacted the independent ambulance billing company, whose address is in Illinois, 3 times, trying to get her second insurance filed. I've given the information to them verbally, along with the insurance payer ID number. The last time I called on April 27th, they said that they filed the secondary insurance, that she was not identified as an insured. I emailed them a copy of the front and back insurance card, and I called the insurance company, and they haven't received any claims on my mother-in-law since November of 2024. So they either didn't file to the correct insurance with the information provided, or they lied. I know how to fight to get correct reimbursement, but how many others in this county do not, resulting in non-payment upon the account? Like I said, a billing company can make or break a company. I live this life. What percentage of the collective revenue does this company receive? Think twice about what questions you need to ask and who you are trusting to provide the accurate information.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Here. But we'll move on with Amanda. Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. How are you today? Mr. Chairman, I'm here today to request a hire. I've had a person leave my office and would like to replace that position with your guys' permission. As of right now, I'm asking anywhere from 40 to the 5150 salary, which is budgeted in my budget. The reason being is if I have to train for brand new, they would have to start lower, but if I could get someone with experience, which would be highly beneficial, then I have the opportunity to offer them a salary in which they might actually stay with me.
Would that start immediately? I mean, is your employee already left?
They will be leaving this Friday.
Okay. So a full-time benefited salary range from 40,000 to 51,500.
Please.
Okay, discussion, commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, we move to approve the request for placement position in clerk of the court for the salary range of 40,000 to 5150. 51,500.
No, 5150.
5150.
Sorry.
I want to make sure. That's my motion.
We moved and seconded to approve a new hire in Perkins District Court, salary range 40,000 to 5150. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was quick.
Yeah. Have a good day.
Micah here? You want to, okay. Micah, come on in.
Perfect timing.
Just got out of court.
Morning.
Peter, Commissioner, just making sure. Well, Commissioners, I'm here today. At least from what my notes tell me on the two requests for a SOC adjustment. For folks, in the Lander office. I've had one who has stepped up substantially with respect to duties both in Lander and Riverton. And another who is currently the longest term employee at the office. I'm not aware exactly when the last time these were adjusted, but I think in both of these cases, adjustments well in order with respect to the legal secretary request that's requested to extend to $53,000. This individual puts in tireless work year after year. She's an employee that even had a point in time where she has to take a day off every once in a while, or else she'll end up losing vacation. That's how little she actually takes any vacation. She weathers everything with a smile, not with a smile, with a grimace that looks like a smile. And from at least from my office's standpoint, virtually irreplaceable, and I hope I never have to. And that's part of the reason for this particular request. With request for the position that's titled Operations Assistant. This is an individual that came in when I was still the juvenile attorney. I have attached there to her particular job description, which this is essentially a description of her duties as they currently stand. I know this is for a bit larger of an increase, but from my perspective, things that we'll be asking her to do in the coming years are concomitant with this increase. Specifically, she's going to start doing some overseeing of both of my offices. She'll be developing office procedures that are common for both offices, sort of move us towards a point where they're not managed differently, where the same expectations apply in both places. She'll be able to put in time both in Riverton and in Lander to be able to apply some of my own oversight to the same. I'm also putting in more time over in Riverton these days, especially with transition from my former felony secretary to a new secretary. We'll start middle of this month. But this is kind of a move that from my perspective is going to provide better oversight of both offices. Obviously, there's only one county attorney, but we're also transitioning from a period of time where we had a long-standing county attorney with several long-standing attorneys, and we have a lot less of that now. So I have a few more oversight duties that I've got to keep control of the Riverton office, and that's my impetus behind this proposal for Essos. And some increased duties for this particular employee. That's just my presentation. Are there any questions?
So what is the proposed salary for the operations assistant?
That would be, she's currently at $50,000 per year. It's always been kind of an office manager type position. So she takes care of a lot of administrative things as things stand. The proposed increase would be $8,000 a year for a $58,000 per year salary.
And what is the current salary of the legal secretary?
That's currently $49,000 per year.
Julie, have you reviewed these?
Mr. Chairman, I've worked together with the attorney and then asked him to bring those to you. And we do have the money, the money in that extra account, so I am keeping track of folks who might need infusions later in the year, and if he doesn't, he's had a lot of people leave, so he might be okay, but yes, we have conversed.
Okay.
I'm good to say, yeah.
Commissioners, questions? Comments?
Mr. Chairman, Micah, I'm assuming this is reflecting of the fact that a couple of years ago, with the transition back to yourself, that we left you a little skinny over there. And I guess, I just ask a general question. How's the general stress level over there? I mean, are we going to anticipate that there are going to be some increases into your budget next year to try to cover the workload? Is it, because I know we adjusted some positions to bring somebody back at a higher wage, and the overall workload hasn't changed. If you just give us a general.
I'm inventing new kinds of rope to dole out to the people that are currently there, because that's pretty skinny. I think the thing that has affected the office the most, outside of, my former longest term employee leaving for a position with the federal government, because it was an increase of about $30,000 per year. Outside of that, we're staffed, I guess it would be about the bottom of the line of what I consider to be appropriate for support staff. But that's holding together. I came to the commission with a proposal for an additional position in the office for support staff. If I'm granted this increase for the operations assistant, I think that would negate the need for any additional support staff at this time. I think that will be able to tie what I'm looking for in, the ability to be able to support both offices. She could stand in for people. She's already been trained in misdemeanor work. She can also do felony work, because she was trained by the departing felony secretary before that secretary departed. So I would count on her for some backup for those positions, and I withdraw my request for an additional support position if we're able to do that increase. And I've made that discussion with her as well, and she's on board with the same. I think my biggest shortfall right now is in attorneys, and we're working on that as much as possible. I do have an incoming juvenile attorney, but the way things work, she's not able to start until she passes the bar. She'll actually start with us a bit early. She's going to take the bar exam at the end of July. She'll be here in the middle of August to be able to work with our office. And so I'll come with a request, for her to be able to pay at a vastly reduced rate. But, she's a Shoshone kid. She's been to the University of Wyoming for undergrad and for law school, and is coming back. Really happy to be able to have the opportunity to be with our office and have her as well. And still seeking to fill the other positions. And I think once I have the juvenile position filled, there's going to be a lot less pressure on the attorney staff as well. Right now, I'm doing that, this and full felony and misdemeanor loads, so. Maybe it'll just mostly be me, but if I'm busy, that means the rest of the staff's kind of strapped to their ends as well. If I'm a little less busy, I can be better support for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You need a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we, fill the, request for operational assistance to the amount, not to exceed 58,000. For SOC adjustment.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the operational assistant position, SOC increase to 58,000. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion passed. And we have one more position.
This is legal secretary.
Yeah.
That's correct, yes.
Make a motion then. Do you need the amount, Mike?
49,000 to 53,000.
That is correct. Thank you, Commissioner.
Make a motion that, we, go for request for the new position or some new position or position.
This, I'm filling just my felony legal secretary, or is this the new position I had requested previously?
No, this
So
is,
this
this
is the
is
increase,
the increase.
SOC increase.
Oh, pardon me,
SOC
yes,
increase
thank
for
you.
the legal secretary.
Thank you.
Correct.
As requested.
I got ahead of myself. We're
Second.
behind.
It's been moved and seconded to increase SOC adjustment for legal secretary, 49,000 to 53,000. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you,
Is
Commissioner.
that it?
For myself, for now, I think you'll see me a little later in the day. If I can sneak away from court, so.
Okay.
Thanks, folks.
Thank you.
Great day.
Here.
Two.
Oh, yeah.
Morning, Mr. Chairman,
Good morning.
Commissioners. Jim Anderson from the County Treasurer. You should have had on your desk this morning packet that looks like this. That's what I'm gonna talk about today. What I would suggest, and I'll preface this saying, I watch a lot of cooking shows and all the judges say, I don't want to be told how to eat this. But I'm gonna tell you, I suggest you rip off the back page. Because that's got all of the things that I'm really gonna talk about, and the first 4 pages are just the supporting stuff. I just wanted to put something with lots of pretty colors on the front. Up there. Is the eye catching.
I can't.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, when I was asked by the commission to dig into the dispatch, budgeting and fund in general and try to figure out, the trends and what's been going on, I took it and I kind of broke it into 3 areas. One of the major revenues into the dispatch fund is user fees from the agencies that use our dispatch service. The second summary that I did was a budget summary where I just kind of got into the numbers of how we budget and what the actuals look like. And then finally, I spent a little bit of time looking at the assets that the dispatch fund holds and have a little bit of a discussion about that. So let's start with the user fee summary. That's the first page with a little pie chart on it. I have kind of 3 takeaways from this. I looked at the previous 3 fiscal years and then the current fiscal year that we're in right now. Across all of those years and in total, the 3 largest contributors of user fees to the dispatch fund are the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, Frontier Ambulance, and the City of Lander. Between the 3 of them, they make up about 90% of the total user fees that are collected into the fund. you recall the contract with Frontier, there was an appendix in there that stated what their user fees are gonna be for dispatch, and the contract did not allow us an opportunity to modify those fees throughout the life of the contract. So their fees have been frozen at 200 and let me see what it is, $234,500 since the start of the contract. The user fees are recalculated on a yearly basis. And I'll have to defer to Lindsay to get into the nuts and bolts of it, but they basically look at a 3-year rolling average of call volume, and then figure out how much money that they need to get to make the fund work, and use those percentages then to kind of assign user fees to the various agencies. So over that time, Frontier have not had to change their user fees, and that has resulted in almost a $200,000 loss in potential user fees that could have been collected through Fremont County, or I'm sorry, through Frontier Ambulance. You can see on the charts in there that we did actually bill in fiscal year 23 and 24, the actual amounts that were prescribed by the dispatch, Carl, dispatch director. And then we subsequently wrote off the balance to bring them back down to what we expected. So you'll notice up at the very top, we talk about the fees that were invoiced. The box down below are credit memos and write-offs, where we made adjustments to the fees. There was one other write-off as I move on to number 3. There was another write-off that was actually related to user fees in, I believe, fiscal year 21 and 22. That write-off actually happened in fiscal year 23. That was with the Fremont County Fire District. In addition, there are 2 outstanding payments from AMR at the end of their contract that ended in 2021, I think. Yeah, 2021. That amount to
2021.
yeah. So 2 payments of those that come out to almost $39,000. We, in my office, tried a while back to convince AMR that they still owe us money, and they were very cooperative for a while. And my suspicion is that they probably figured out that, yeah, they didn't pay those, and so then said, well, the commissioner signed a release of claims. So thanks anyway. Yeah. So those are sitting there as what we call doubtful AR. We probably, I guess I would say, we probably just need to cut our losses on that and just ultimately write those off. I don't see a possibility of us being able to get those collected. So that's one side of the story, our user fees. I mean, we have chipped away at user fees in a few various ways. That's kind of helped to create the situation that we're in right now. So any questions on the user fees before we move on to the budget or something?
Questions, Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, Jim, kind of going back and forth here. So the Frontier ambulance in 25, is that just because we haven't finished the year? That number is less than the previous 2 years?
For fiscal year 25?
For 25 and 26, the number is 234.
Right.
And the previous year is 270. Is that just because we haven't finished that budget year?
No, it's because 234,500 is what's in the contract. So we only billed what was in the contract.
That's the contract.
And what's the 273 in the previous 2 years?
So that was the calculated user fees that they,
So that's the write-off.
yeah,
So
the write-up, yeah. So we had in fiscal year 23,
So you just did it different.
almost $39,000 in write-ups. That's in the box down below.
Okay.
And then another 38,000 in fiscal year 24.
Okay.
Rather than billing and writing off, we just adjusted the bills in fiscal years 25 and 26 to be what they were doing.
Okay. And so on number 3, so this 119, though, so the 80,000 in, Fremont County Fire, written off, 119 in 25, 119 in 26, 119 in 27, is that just because we haven't finished that budget year? No, it's because 234,500 is what's in the contract. So we only billed what was in the contract. And what's the 273 in the previous 2 years? So that was the calculated user fees that they. So that's the right-off. Yeah. So the
That was written off in fiscal year
And
'23.
that was because we had a dispute about what those fees were for a period of time?
Yes,
Okay.
that's an accurate statement.
And we agreed here that we're just gonna write that off?
That was,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
I believe the dispatch committee met and came to an agreement, and then they came to us with their proposal or their,
Yeah.
their plan.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember. Okay? Thank you, Jim.
You're welcome.
Any questions, commissioners? Okay,
All right, move on to the budget summary. This is where most of mine kind of takeaways come from. So it's spread across 2 pages. And I tried to summarize these a little bit. So for each fiscal year, you see in one column the where it can be budgeted, and in the second column are actual revenues and expenditures. And then that's also along with that, I included a line of what our cash balance has been in the fund. Cash balance, it doesn't necessarily track exactly the revenues and expenditures because there are other things that come into play that determine the cash balance in there that are not part of this. They're, balance sheet account balances and things like that. So if you do the math doesn't quite math, but as you go through, my first comment with this is that the dispatch fund is an internal service fund, which means it operates like a business. It's meant to be sort of self-sustaining. Revenue should meet or exceed its expenditures in order to operate the way we need it to. Through these years, you'll see there's a line on page 2 where I have revenues minus expenditures. And you will see consistently across all 4 of these years that, not only did we budget for a loss every single year, but our actuals generally were a loss. The good news in this is that the losses from the actuals ended up being somewhat less than what we had budgeted. So,
so if we're
so
gonna
things could be worse.
if we're gonna lose money, we just weren't.
We weren't gonna lose it as fast as we planned.
Yeah, or as much. That is good.
Yes,
I'm sorry. We got
just didn't leave out as bad, right?
So anyway, that as I point out, there have been some anomalies and line items that were budgeted year after year that really didn't track the historical performance. I feel like from a budget perspective, we always need to look back at what we've done historically. That's our best indicator of how things are going to be moving forward. And that's how you learn lessons and what needs to be done. So anyway, as I say, there were some inconsistencies with historical performance. And the way that we were budgeting, we were stacking the deck against ourselves from a success standpoint. So then I go on and explain a little bit more about this. When when expenditures exceed revenues, cash balances decline and there's no way to build up any cash to fund replacement of assets over time. On the flip side, if revenues meet or exceed expenditures, we do have a depreciation line item that doesn't generate cash per se, but it creates a cash balance at the end of the year that we're able to use for equipment replacement. That's the whole purpose of depreciation. We don't take that depreciation line item and stash it away anywhere else. We just let the fund kind of grow organically, for lack of a better word. However, when we don't have the revenues to cover it, that growth never happens. So then I throw out a couple things. Obviously, the options to reverse this trend that we've been on really are 2 things. We can cut expenditures or we can grow our revenue. I didn't dwell on the cutting expenditures. I think we're all familiar with how that works. There's, like most of these departments, their personnel costs are by far the largest portion of what they do. So that's around 68% of their total budget is personnel costs. If we wanted to make any drastic cuts to that, it kind of equates to personnel. There's not a lot of other fluff that can be cut.
We currently have a hard time keeping enough
Correct.
employees, dispatch, the total, department, keeping those slots full.
So if we turn our attention to the revenue side of things, you'll see listed a handful of revenues that we put in there. They're small amounts in other places that sometimes are there. They're just not reliable revenues. So there's the E911 surtax and the prepaid wireless fees that are paid into the dispatch fund. So these fees are paid by, if you look at your cell phone bill or landline bill, if you actually have one of those, you'll see a 75-cent charge every month on there for every line that you have. That is this E911 fee. The county gets paid on every line of service in Fremont County for all wireless callers. And then we also get all landline lines of service, 75 cents for everything outside of the city limits of Riverton. Riverton has their own dispatch service, so they get the landline fees within the boundaries of Riverton. So that flows into our.
But doesn't that, and I may be wrong, but doesn't that total dispatch fee come to the county and then you distribute that back to Riverton?
Not when it comes to the surtaxes that are paid by the providers directly.
Okay.
They send, if they're a landline provider within the city of Riverton, they send that directly to Riverton. I do receive the prepaid wireless is a quarterly payment. That's a tax that's collected by the state and then it's distributed back to the counties. We receive the full amount on a quarterly basis for that. And we have actually parceled part of that off. We base it off of population. So Riverton is about 27% of the population of Fremont County. So we take 27% of the money we receive and send it to Riverton for their dispatch service on the prepaid wireless.
Maybe that's what I was thinking there.
So that is set by statute. It's a maximum of 75 cents per line per month. We are at the maximum, and barring either a change in the statutes to increase that fee or a huge influx of new lines of service into the county, we're pretty locked in with that. That's not going to be a new revenue source for us. The next area we get is user fees. User fees are the largest revenue that we have coming into this. We have external agencies, which if you refer back to the first page, I have it broken out by external agencies versus internal agencies. Internal agencies are county departments, which for right now is coroner and sheriff. There's always the possibility that emergency management could slide in there one of these days, but it's unlikely. So, and then external are all of the external agencies that we bill for, or I'm sorry, that we dispatch for. So that includes the DuBois Rural Fire District, the town of DuBois for their police, Fremont County Fire District, Frontier Ambulance, Jeffrey City Fire, City of Lander, both police and fire, and the Shoshone Police Department. So that's an area that we could explore is restructuring the user fees. I know that's not a very popular thing, especially among the dispatch communications group. All of the various governments and agencies are struggling just like we are when it comes to revenues. And so, nobody's got extra money that they want to just throw at the dispatch fund. But that is one area to consider. The other areas are possibly to consider finding some consistent grant revenue coming into this. I think we do have some opportunities coming up that will assist with the immediate problem. There's a grant that the legislature has put forward that I think we'll be able to apply for that'll maybe help us in the very near term.
And that's right away. I mean, that's
It passed at this session. I think
Yes.
it's.
I thought the money was available immediately, wasn't it?
They just, Mr. Chairman, I think Whiteout just has to put the rules together as to how to apply for that and the structure, and I don't know where they are with that, but yeah, yes, I think it's happening.
The other option, of course, is locating another alternate revenue stream or some sort of subsidy from another entity, whether that's county general fund or sales tax, or, I mean, just to kind of, bring up things that
So
we were having discussions with other.
So even if we took out of the general fund, the difference in user fees from Frontier,
Mhm.
I mean, that would be minimal. I mean, that's like 35,000.
Well, no, it
40,000.
it would come to a total of $200,000.
Well,
So, yeah,
I meant to get it to back up to the point, like in 2024, to the amount that we wrote off.
yes. So yes, we'd be looking at essentially $40 to $55,000 for each year that
But if we,
wrote that contract.
but if we took out of the general fund what the actual cost is, I mean, and we had that discussion before. In our contract, the contract is 234,500.
Right.
So if we actually said, okay, in a new we'll pay for the whole dispatch fee, but we're going to reduce the content by $500,000.
Correct, yeah. I mean, because I mean, I can't speak specifically for
Right.
Frontier. I would imagine that, we anticipate that they will pay these dispatch fees and therefore they anticipate that we will pay them a higher subsidy. So my guess is that, if we just said the county will cover the dispatch fees, we would see our ambulance subsidy decrease hopefully by the same amount, but.
Exactly. That's what I was saying.
I mean, ultimately, that doesn't save the county any money. We're just paying ourselves directly instead of laundering it through Fremont County ambulance or through Frontier ambulance. And my last takeaway from the budget summary is, the negative cash balance of the fund means that the dispatch doesn't own enough cash to pay its bills right now. So there's definitely not any money to replace assets. So the way that works is that the rest of the county treasurer is basically cash flowing the dispatch fund right now, whether it's for salaries or anything like that. That is reflected a little bit in the revenue. We have an investment interest line item where our county treasury, we take it's a pooled investment strategy that we have, and so all of the county's money is invested in multiple things. Therefore, we take whatever interest revenue that we get off of our investments and distribute it out among all of our funds. Since they have a negative cash balance, we're actually charging them interest. And so you'll see, as you look across the line on the investment interest line, you'll see that there's actually a negative investment interest for the current year. And that's because they've had a negative cash balance for the entire year. That's obviously a little bit negotiable. It's a drop in the bucket. It doesn't mean anything. We could stop charging them interest and that would be fine, but it's only 35. So.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman, Jim, this might be a sheriff. Our update, how far are we have all of our equipment updated? Are we clear ways out? Got a lot of older equipment right now. It's gonna need to be replaced pretty soon.
Well, I think that's part of the discussion that the communications committee is going through, and the IT department, sheriff, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they've identified some equipment, not failures, but equipment that need to be upgraded. And so we can get our upgrades from our servers and our contracts. But we need to know where we're at with that before we continue on. Sheriff, maybe you can explain it better than I can.
Chairman, the dispatch committee's met. There's.
You'll have to come up because Commissioner Felicius can't hear it. Or,
There is a need to replace our server. That's looking at sometime in August. We were looking at doing that work. And we were also collaborating with the Riverton Police Department as well. And some redundancy issues that we were looking at. And hopefully, then jumping on board as well with us to make all that happen as well.
so do you still think that maybe dispatch? I've been asked by several people outside of the committee and just outside that have called 911, for a call, whatever. But they said, do you think it would better serve the purpose to be a set aside standalone department and have, as an enterprise fund or not enterprise fund, but
Joint powers.
no, just well, I never thought of joint powers, but have a standalone department where it's self-funded and they would have to come to us specifically for this, that, for funding questions. It's just a question that I've been asked and I didn't know the answer.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, the committee's talked about that on several different occasions, possibly producing a joint powers board countywide. Maybe even bring the Riverton Police Department in on that joint powers board. But that's been discussed. It's been talked about.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
may I ask a question? Are you talking about just a separate fund to fund the assets? Side of it, asset
no,
purchases?
just to say, take it out from under the sheriff's obligation and put it in. I mean, we would have but possibly I don't know how it work. Have a dispatch department.
Well, that's essentially what we have now.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. But I don't know how it worked. I think everybody has questions and I think we've just got to sit down and work out the issue, whether to keep it as it is or whether it goes back. I mean, I don't know how. I just threw that out.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fabricius, the last page I have, that little asset summary might kind of address some of your questions, at least at a very high level. So I'm happy to move on to that unless you have more questions
Jim,
regarding.
let me ask you this. How much do we need every year to be in that fund to have it operate properly? Right now, what do we have?
That's a difficult question to answer because the line item that we have in there that would generate money for that would be that depreciation total. The biggest problem with depreciation is that is just based off of the purchase cost of when we bought the asset last time. So if you have an asset that lasts 5 years or 10 years, you're going to recoup the cost of what you paid 5 or 10 years ago. You wouldn't necessarily have money to handle the inflation that's happened over that time. So that's where, you can't just rely on the depreciation total as the way to stash money away. There's got to be some additional the revenue coming in.
But that stuff gets outdated. Okay, thank you, Mr.
Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, so a couple questions on you mentioned Du Bois Fire, Fremont County Fire, Shoshone, and a couple others. Does that make up the 10%? You said that the three,
Yes.
the sheriff's, Lander, and and ambulance make up 90%. So that makes up that 10%.
Correct.
And are they participating in the dispatch fund discussions? And are they, I mean, is there any discussion with them about or is that on the table to look at that 10% to see if that would generate a little more? And I realize they're pinched, but everybody is, so. I just wonder if it's on the table.
Mr. Chairman, I haven't been to the last two communication committee meetings due to scheduling conflicts, but I can tell you that normally all agencies are represented at the dispatch committee. And they routinely talk about budgeting as well as the possibility of forming joint powers.
Okay, so has your agency sheriff made any attempt to put some sort of estimate in terms of a capital improvement plan for software and upgrades and equipment to kind of line that out and say, generally, we need this number in addition to our budget for personnel? Have we done any kind of estimated in it? And I sometimes feel like we get caught in really is how we budget is that, you know, it's like replacement values of vehicles, you know, are we really budgeting for that? It's a challenge for us, I think, in the way we budget. But I'm wondering if you guys have ever put your heads together and tried to come up with some sort of number to make sure we're budgeting for that correctly, whether it's through a revolving or through some other vehicle, but that we have visibility to it.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, those Commissioner, Vice Chairman, those discussions do take place, and you know, we look at depreciation. It's very hard for me to understand how the depreciation works in this budget itself.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I can't quite wrap my head around it.
It doesn't add cash, but it adds cash balance. Yeah, I get it.
Another thing that I would bring up, Mr. Chairman, is the dispatch budget itself, every fiscal year for the last 7 years, and even prior to that, has never gone over budget. Right now, we're at 83% of the fiscal year elapsed for 76% of that budget spent. We've always come in under. Now, what's happening behind the scenes with the extra revenue that's not coming in that I bring up every year during the budget cycle is the ambulance fund or not, that overrun is not getting paid back in, and it never has. That's why we're mostly in the situation that we're in right now, but the budget itself, the yearly budget that's set every fiscal year comes in under budget.
So I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, Sheriff, I appreciate that. And certainly this isn't a witch hunt to, you know, see where we screwed up. We're fairly guilty. I'm gonna throw the dead cat on the table. Should we make this whole by going back and saying, all right, we owe that fund $200,000 out of our, and that's basically gonna come from is out of our general fund. But should we make that whole and then deal with the problem going forward within the new budget year and the new conversations about lander and ambulance and sheriff's office and say, where do we go from here? But should we make that whole rather than these write-offs that we probably just don't completely understand when we go through the budgeting process, what the physical things that are happening. But I'm wondering if we just should try to get this thing whole, and also make some sort of estimate of what capital things do we need to get you whole in terms of getting your equipment and your upgrades. So those two separate buckets. But I hate to see you suffer because we haven't figured out how to have this conversation, right?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe that the board is in the perfect situation right now, the perfect opportunity with this budget cycle, especially with the contract being renewed with the ambulance, start making those decisions.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Jones, I'll add to that. I'd say, you know, if you decided to make the dispatch whole by filling in the gap for the ambulance fees, that would solve the immediate problem. They would get out of out of the red, back into the black. That's, I think there are still issues that need to be addressed in the longer term. Whether it's how we calculate user fees or, putting together a good asset replacement schedule and being mindful and planful of exactly how to get that money into the fund so that we are more proactive as opposed to reactive and scrambling when a piece of equipment goes down or something is end of life.
I think Jim's right. I think we need to make it whole. And then we need to have a plan how to get our system upgraded so it's acceptable for upgrades and new technology, if you will, and more user friendly for the users. But I think we'll have that discussion amongst ourselves to make that whole. But then I think that might be something we need to discuss during budget time, starting next week, about how to come up with a plan to get the system back on track and more modern, if you will. Live in the modern day. Yeah. So, any other questions? Okay.
Like, if we discuss the assets, it's
Yes,
a pretty quick take on things.
Okay.
So, you'll see on the very last, or not last page 4, I've included sort of a very abbreviated asset schedule or depreciation schedule that we have. And so there's a line on there that's called net assets. That's the easiest number to look at. What net assets are is it's the initial cost of, what we paid for all of our assets minus any accumulated depreciation that we've had. So, if we have a piece of equipment that lasted 5 years and it cost, $1,000, then, you would see $200 of depreciation every month. So we're just sort of spreading that out over the 5-year period. And so accumulated depreciation is just as we go throughout the year, that's the amount of depreciation that is updated on a monthly basis. And then, if you recall back in 2019, I believe we did a lease purchase agreement with Motorola for an upgrade primarily to Spillman and some other equipment. And so that also gets factored into this because we got assets through this, lease or deferred payment agreement with Motorola, but we have to subtract off how much is left to pay to Motorola in order to look at our net assets. So you will see that, in fiscal year 23, we had a net asset total of almost $45,000. 2024, that jumped up to 451,000. It dropped in 2025 to 405,000. And in 2026, this is sort of an estimate, $174,000 in net assets. So as that number gets smaller, that's an indicator of how old our equipment is. You don't ever want it to get to 0 because then you have all of your equipment is garbage at that point. Obviously, if it's still operating, that's fantastic. But it also means that there's a very good chance that at any time anything could go down. So I put in some notes in there about some various things that were added as far as assets were concerned across these fiscal years. We did infuse a fair amount of equipment into this, especially using ARPA and LATC funding. So in fiscal year 23, we took $58,000 out of ARPA, put it into dispatch to upgrade the paging for Glycite and Hudson areas. In fiscal year 24, we put in $300,000 almost, or $304,000 from LATC into dispatch. That was actually part of that $1.4 million communication authorization that we did with LATC. That also included equipment that went out to all of these various agencies that pay into this. So, we bought a lot of radios for the fire districts and police and Frontier, which for Frontier, of course, those assets belong to the county, but they're there for the use of the ambulance. And then in fiscal year 2005, we have the hip link alert system, which was through grant with the Wyoming Office of Homeland Security that was secured by emergency management for dispatch. So there have been asset improvements. I think there's a lot to be done. We are near the end of our Motorola lease. I think August of 26 is the final payment that we have, and that's if you look under the capital lease liabilities at $218,000. Plus an interest amount is the final payment that we'll make in fiscal year 27. And then, depending on what we want to do as far as looking at servers or whatnot, I think there's an opportunity to consider either doing another one of these, lease purchase programs that will spread out the cost so it's not an immediate hit to the fund. But it also means that you're paying out money as that equipment is depreciating. So by the time you get done paying for it, it's not really worth anything either. So that's sort of the drawback of leases. It's always sort of somebody else's equipment. So I would agree from an asset perspective. I think we have an opportunity to really take a hard look at the assets that we have. I think, and this is not a knock on dispatch because I think it's prevalent throughout. We've got a lot of stuff on our asset schedules that's old and gone, and nobody takes the time to really say, no, we don't have that anymore, and get it off of the books and make it easier to deal with on an annual basis. But then on the flip side, I think the sheriff's office in with vehicles and things like that have done a fantastic job of maintaining, a schedule as far as a replacement schedule of vehicles and things like that. And I think we need to extend that plan, whether it's a 5-year plan or whatever, just a good replacement plan across everything that we do, whether it's dispatch, capital revolving, ambulance, everything like that. And our buildings, Commissioner Jones.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything further? Would you?
I think anybody will find it, yours.
Mr. Chairman, one gold star to Treasurer Anderson with numbers on the pages.
Thank you.
Just saying, hint to everybody.
Thought about you yesterday. Finishing this up, and I thought, oh, one more thing.
What kind of picky thing with Commissioner Jones? Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Especially.
Thanks, Jim. I appreciate it. Getting through all this stuff. You sit down here and sit next to Ryan while he gives his monthly report.
Maybe we have to.
But Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. Bring you up to speed here in the last 80 days since my last report to you regarding the current status of the Fremont County Sheriff's Office. Currently, our inmate population as of yesterday stood at 138 in the house with 139 in custody, which included 34 persons booked in over the weekend. That's Friday, Saturday, Sunday time period. Currently, we're housing 95 men, 43 women, and I have one female out on home confinement. Nobody is housed out of the county, and nobody is at the state hospital as of this morning. In the last 80 days, we booked in 506 prisoners. Statistically, that breaks down to 260 people from the Riverton Police Department, 221 from my agency, 70 from the Lander Police Department, 19 from the Highway Patrol, 2 from the U.S. Marshals, 3 from the Shoshone Police Department, and 21 from the DuBois Police Department. Current sentencing demographics stand at 36 with 24 men and 12 women. Our pre-adjudicated totals as of yesterday included 91 inmates, with 50% of those pre-adjudicated inmates originating out of the district court, 43% out of the Riverton Circuit Court, 1% out of the Lander Circuit Court, and 4% out of the Riverton Municipal Court. With the staffing in our detention center, currently I'm down 4 deputy sheriffs with, currently have 3 in background. We're also short 1 civilian controller with 1 in background, and we are currently short 1 nurse and attempting to find a replacement for her. Budget at 83% of the fiscal year expired. Mr. Chairman, our salaries stand at about 69%. The inmate medical, the big line item, is at 82.7, so we're right on the nail with that. Our medical supplies are right on the line at 83%. And our prisoners board, which is our meals and so forth, we've done very well with budgeting that over the years, especially with the inflation of food and the ups and downs with that. We stand at 79% of the fiscal year elapsed there. But overall, that budget is in good standing at 79% at 83% of the fiscal year. Mr. Chairman, with respect to the emergency dispatch center, we're currently down 2 dispatchers and 1 supervisor. I believe we have 2 in background.
I have 2 applications that were ready.
We have 2 applications right now. We're getting ready to interview for that position. The call load for the month of April, we took 1,124 911 calls. The total calls dispatched 1,11 to law enforcement, 573 to your county ambulances, and 260 fire calls were dispatched for the month of April. Again, I explained this just a minute ago, but at 83% of the fiscal year expired, overall, that budget is setting good at 77%. Overtime pay, we're watching that line item. It's currently at 71% elapsed. With our patrol and enforcement division, we're currently down 2 positions. Those are the ones of you boys that have been pretty much, I've not been able to fill them all fiscal year. We do have part-time employees assisting with that, our calls for service in the Du Bois area, and we're able to maintain everything up there status quo at this time. So far, calls for service this year stood at 2,227. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank the commission and especially Lieutenant Kevin Reedman for his hard work in obtaining the 2 canines that we have. They've been very successful. They've been out on the street working day and night. One works a night shift and one works a day shift. Obviously, that's staggered throughout the week, but just the other day, what the 1 canine on an interdiction stop was able to locate 1 pound of methamphetamine and 1,000 fentanyl pills.
Yeah.
Which is
I
a
saw that.
large amount of narcotics
That's great.
being brought into our county. Those people are currently in jail.
Good.
With respect to our budget, we're watching our overtime line item. It's currently over budgeted at this point with 113% of that line item spent. But overall, that budget is sitting at 76.9%. With respect to our search and rescue divisions, we've had 21 missions so far this fiscal year compared to 21 last fiscal year. We had 1 fatality in this last 80 days, and that was unfortunately a snow machine accident up on Toby Pass. With in reference to the budget, our operation line item is maxed. Obviously, that was due to the payments we had to make for the air resources that we utilized. I believe there was $11,000 of that will not be able to be reimbursable by the state search and rescue council because it was used specifically for a fatality incident. However, we have sent to the Office of Homeland Security reimbursement request for $85,500, and they meet in June to discuss that. I don't foresee there being any issues with us recouping that $85,000 in air operations from the State Search and Rescue Council. With that, Mr. Chairman, that's my report.
Questions, commissioners?
Back to the budget for a second, the legislature took a stab at trying to raise the user fees, 75 cents.
Right.
And they, threw in $5. If they took another reasonable amount or approach to that and said, let's just double that fee to or a buck and a quarter or something. Would that impact that number a bit? I mean, what kind of, if say we doubled that, do you guys have a feel for how much that would impact your budget in revenue?
It would impact it greatly.
Okay.
If it was doubled, you would see the end user fees
Right.
go down considerably. I wouldn't say they'd be half, but they would be considerably lower.
So that's something we ought to be really working on, with our legislators. Okay. That's, thank you.
Any further questions?
You can bring up your employee, but you put on a leash, so we can all meet them.
Oh, we could make that happen.
Make that happen, I'd like to see your dog.
Sure, we can, what's that? Yeah, we could make that happen.
At least one of them.
Right.
How about next month?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Next time we're in, I probably won't bring him at the budget hearing.
Okay.
Take a bite out of crime.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Great day.
Okay,
Stay safe out there.
safe. Come in.
Morning, Chairman and Commissioners.
Morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome.
Chairman, Commissioners, Sage with Youth Services and Treatment Work. So as of yesterday, our day reporting center, which is our DRC, has 8 students. There's a application for 1 additional student, but classes do end on June 4th. I have not heard if they're doing any type of summer school yet for the current students that we have. I think it kind of depends as we get closer to the end of the month what that is looking like for the individual's completion. A few weeks ago, the Assistant Director, Hattie Calvert, and I met with the Fremont County School District 25. They are taking, I believe it's Jackson School, and they have moved Frontier and Suds, which is a education alternative, into that building. Over the last few years, with the previous director, there was conversations about DRC going up to that facility with them. And so we went and toured kind of where our placement may be in that relocation. We talked a lot about programming considerations, the educational resources that will be offered to the students that we have, and then the academic supports needed for the students that we have in our DRC. So at that time, we're still having a lot of discussions on what that's going to look like. And in with that, I was able to locate the last MOU that we had with any participating school district, or any DFS office, whether it be state, or reservation DFS. I believe that MOU is from 2022. So I'm currently working on revising that, as some of the changes have come into place. So that, my goal is to have that in place before the next school year when we would really be utilizing that again. With youth services, our data management system is called FileMaker. It has been down for about 2 months. I've worked with our IT department a little bit. I've also contacted the developer of the program in trying to navigate how to get that back up. I think there's a plan, and I know nothing about IT or electronics. So it's going a lot slower than I had hoped. But we are working on a solution and moving towards a cloud-based platform. so that the actual developer takes care of some of those bugs or anything that we would come across. Unfortunately, in not having that program right now, it has hindered some of our reporting. It has hindered us getting documents to the county attorney's office, and so it's kind of set us back a little bit. And I don't know when it will be up and running, but hopefully soon. I did email Emma a no-cost extension from the OJJDP grant that was awarded to youth services.
I believe that's in the
Okay.
signature file.
So that grant, I believe, was awarded in 2023. There's a lot that goes into background checks, working with DCI, things like that, to ensure all of us who utilize the grant have the appropriate backgrounds, documentation, and everything like that to utilize those funds. So currently, well, right when I get done here, I'm going up to talk to Carla about getting a cashier's check so that I can send off all of our fingerprints to finalize that so that we can utilize those funds. So the OJJDP has offered to do a extension on when that money can be used, as it was set to expire, I believe, in April. So they're giving us some more time where we can utilize those funds.
We just need to approve that
Correct.
extension, correct?
Want to do that, ma'am?
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the FDB subaward amendment for no cost extension. Effective immediately.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the no cost extension for the FDP subaward amendment. Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion passed.
The great thing with that grant, that I have learned in doing some of this is some of the juveniles that are in, our diversion program who may want to participate in sports, who may need, say, what is it, baseball cleats, things like that. This grant allows us to kind of step in and help with some of those things. It also allows, if parents need some funds for transportation to get a juvenile to an appointment, we can help with fuel costs, things like that. So all of those funds will go strictly to the juveniles that we serve on our caseloads. I got an email last week that the CJSB grant that I had applied for and was due, I believe, March, April. They will have an answer on what that award will look like, I believe, tomorrow. It was supposed to be on Friday, but tomorrow we should know kind of what that looks like. So that will be nice as I'm working on the budgets. Because if you recall, I have asked for almost double of what we had been awarded in previous years because they no longer had a cap on what those requests could be. For the month of April, youth services had received 20 citations from local law enforcement. A majority of the citations controlled substance use and alcohol related offenses, and I put that on the very back page as kind of a breakdown of what we have seen in our office. Anything on youth services before I go to treatment courts?
Questions? Youth services? Okay.
Mr. Chair, This Frontier Schools, Frontier is in the Jackson School, right?
Correct.
Okay, did they get any ADM for the school district?
I am unsure of that. I have no idea.
Just curious.
Yeah. I know when, we went and toured up there, it was strictly of what supports can they offer for DRC. I'm not overly familiar with Frontier and their subs program, other than they're just kind of that alternative education. Not the alt school, but different tracks of being able to still get your education, still graduate, things like that.
Sorry.
That's not all I know of them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hmm.
With treatment court, specifically in regards to our adult program, we currently have 16 participants, and I'm working with 4 proposed clients as they're coming through their legal process. I also am actively working on a new MOU and participant handbook. Again, those were updated 2023, 2024. There's been a lot of changes at the national level of best practice standards, so I'm trying to get those to where they align better, along with the Wyoming Judicial Branch best practice standards as well. We are still hiring for a therapist position. That vacancy has been published and advertised on the county website, Indeed, and County 10. I've had some people reach out to me asking questions, wanting some information, but no formal applications have been received. And as I started to write this up for our update yesterday, and talk with our therapist that we currently have working, some of the burden that was placed on him in when the other therapist left, I was also reminded that in the middle of the month, I will be starting my internship for my master's program. And so, you know, I think it's important to look at, while I haven't gotten applicants yet, I want to make sure that I get the right applicant. So in my internship, I'll be able to help in some of the groups, some of the duties of the therapist that fall under that scope of practice, to give him a little bit of a break as well. So that will be beneficial for him, and then beneficial for me in that aspect as well. And everything is pretty status quo with the juvenile treatment court. We still have that open therapist position. Last meeting, you guys had asked me to look at some other funding for the JTC program. And I had looked into that and talked with the judicial branch, and the one funding that was available at this very moment, I had missed the deadline to even register for it. And so we're still kind of navigating some of that. Again, with my upcoming internship and the program only having those 3 participants, you know, if it can be open to discussion too, of me working that piece of it, and getting with the county attorney, the judge that we have, the defense attorneys, and saying, okay, it's going to be minimal, but this is what we can do. So that's kind of some of the thoughts that I've had in helping still have that program run. Kind of, that is where I am at with that piece of it.
Yes.
I think also, when you obtain new employees or even your current employees that are working under you're taking your CAS, their relationship with
the mental health board, in the sense of the governing board, in the sense of mental health.
Speak into your microphone.
Yeah, that we as the county, in the sense of you as a supervisor, um, administratively supervise them, but the mental health board only supervise them clinically.
Mhm.
They have no say in administrative issues.
Right.
So I think maybe advising or training new employees on that, because then I think some of them think that that particular board is the same as all in oh, um, their job duties or what they're administratively, I mean, the other thing that because I was also a part of that, that working with that board. And all they work with is the issue of making sure that people are, have their license, their certifications, they're following through with those. There's no, issues with, violating the guidelines of those or the bylaws of those or stipulations and having those. But they do not administer, they do not govern administrative responsibility. That's where you come in play. When we have a clinical supervisor and a supervisor, the clinical supervisor would be the individual who works with that board. You then would work with us administrative wise. There's a separation. And the two do not jointly work together. And it's something that I guess if you get a new therapist, that they understand that, and your current therapist understand that. Because sometimes I think we as a governing board, county commission with Julie, we have administrative responsibility that do not reflect on clinical issues, and vice versa. So, in that, if we do something administrative wise, has nothing to do with that board.
Right.
So, okay.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay,
All right. Thank
thank
you.
you very much. With that, we're gonna take a minute break and, I know we're running. We're back in session. We're gonna change things up a little bit and go with, Steve Bauman, County Planner. And then we'll switch back up to get on the agenda. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Steve Bauman, County Planning. First of all, I'd like to take a moment to express my wife and my thanks for the card and warm wishes. I appreciate that an awful lot.
She's doing
Meant an
better.
awful lot. She's doing better. Thank you.
Great, great.
Now, we have Wind River Wings and Wildlife Subdivision. It is a 4-lot subdivision located down essentially right across from where Mortimer Lane enters Highway 287. It's in an area where there's a kind of a pond where it drains comes from. It's dividing the currently existing 6 or so acres of property into these 4 lots. Has 2 permitted accesses from YDOT for access to the 4 lots. It was brought before the Planning Commission at the April a March meeting, and we had a comment email that was received by the department regarding this, mostly concerned with how many additional homes were going to be placed in the area and the size of the lots not being consistent with some of the 10-acre lots that happen to be in and around the area. Also had some questions regarding ditch leakage, and that there had been a couple of fires of one form or another, mostly garbage fires, and they were concerned about fire concerns in the area. We responded with a long letter explaining the county's not having any zoning and meeting our requirements for lot size, and how small wastewater systems were permitted in the county, and we received a notice back from the individual thanking us for our response. That letter was read into the record, so it's part of the record for the subdivision. Planning Commission reviewed it at the meeting in March, and unanimously recommended it come before the planning or come.
Pretty small lots, aren't they?
Well, our minimum lot size is 1 acre. That provides enough room for a small wastewater system and its replacement, and a house and water well, while retaining all the necessary setback distance.
Commissioners, questions? So is it on more?
It's not on Mortimer. It's across the road from Mortimer, so it's just south of V1 or V.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, questions? What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, move to approve the Wind River Wings and Wildlife Subdivision as recommended by the Fremont County Planning Commission.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the Wind River Wings and Wildlife Subdivision application. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Julie and Margie, I believe. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, it is that time of the year, starting on our election calendar. To start getting some things done for the 2026 general, or primary general election. First thing that I have for you is election judges' wages. The statutes do require that you help us set that, the wages. So what we have recommended to you is on that form. Do you want to talk to you a little bit about each one of those, positions? So we did add one spot this year for $250 for main manager judges. And to give you a hierarchy of how this works, if you haven't been at the polls recently, is how we set this up is we have 8 vote centers and we have 8 main managers. Their job is to be like a supervisor of the entire vote center. They're watching everything. They have underneath them, there's an e-poll book manager who's in charge of all the people who are checking people in. Then there's a ballot manager who is making sure that the ballot judges are doing their jobs. And then there's a machine judge and there's a manager over those folks, making sure they're doing their job as machines, on the machines. And underneath those managers are the workers. So that's the hierarchy here, is that we have a request for $250 for our main managers, $225 for the managers at each one of those stations I just mentioned, and $200 per election for other judges. And the reason we do it this way is we did go to a training many moons ago, when we learned that a way to kind of help have your election judges stay with you and from the beginning and say, I'm going to work that day, you pay them on that day, and they know we need that information for us to be able to get them paid that day. So it helps for retention a little bit to have them know that they're going to get paid that day. So around lunchtime, they get a little poem from me, some sweet candy, and then their paycheck. So it's nice to have paycheck when they leave there, and if they like that. In addition to that, we will pay $14 per hour for early voting judges, absentee judges that come here and open the absentees, canvas board members, and now this year we are going to be doing the audit board. And so I think I had sort of mentioned this to you a while back, but we had helped craft legislation. It's important for us as county clerks. There's been a lot of talk about our machines don't work. We want to prove that they do. And so the legislation that was crafted by Senator Crago was passed, where it will allow the Secretary of State to pick one federal office, one state office, and then they will tell us which ones those are, and it doesn't have to be the same per county. So maybe one county is going to do the state Senate race, and some of them will do the state representative race, and maybe some of us will do the governor and some will do something else. I don't know how they're going to do it at the state level, but it's 5% of the number of votes cast on election day. So if we have 11,000, 12,000, I think is what I estimated, 12,000 votes, and we have to do this for the primary and the general. So we will select 600 ballots that we have to count. So out of all of our machines, we will find the one that is the closest to that number and ask the canvas board to pick out of those that meet that criteria, which one of those we're going to count. From that, we will have audit boards from our election judges who will come in and they will hand count those races that I told you the Secretary of State has us do. In that machine, whatever that machine is brought to us, we will have the possibility of 4 legislators that positions on that ballot, and then also a senator on at least one senator. I'm not counting Shoshone so much as it's probably more likely that we would have a Lander or Riverton or maybe one of the reservation machines that would have the amount of ballots that we would need to count. Does that make sense? So we did do some practicing for 2 days in Casper. We took our entire staff down on that day. It did take about 1 hour for one team of 4 per 100 ballots for one race to count it. We do have 2 methods that we feel work and give us a little bit of leeway in our counties to do that. And they were all successful. We actually had ballots from Natrona County and they were all successful. We maybe as counters didn't do so well sometimes and had to go back and do it again, which is what we've heard, but was 100% accurate. We're gonna do that on our own ballots of our own people marking ballots, and proving that that works. So when does that happen? That happens, within 9 days after the county canvassing board, after the primary, which would be both the Democrat and Republican ballots too. So that might skew that a little bit. If you look at how many that we potentially have to look at, you know, it could be 24 hours for one team to do absolutely everything if they just zip through it. So we're looking to maybe do it in 1 day. So right now I'm looking at 3 to 4 teams. I'm just estimating at this point. I have no idea how that's going to go. Of our judges, we are going to train them ahead of time. We've put on their applications if they'd like to be considered for an audit board. We would love to have them so that we can select them to work with us. So just telling you that our budget's going to be up this year because we do have that. The way this legislation is it's only for 2026. And then if the legislature wants us to be a permanent thing, then it will be some legislation that may happen in the next legislative session. But for right now, it's only for those. A report will go to the Secretary of State and also the corporations committees, just so you know how that works. Okay. Moving on, so mileage for our judges, 72 cents per mile, and $25 for attending one judge's school, and $50 for a meal stipend. With that, we ask that you approve our, is it a resolution for you guys? I don't know what you, no, just a motion to approve our judges' wages. And thank you for letting me kind of explain the audit procedure.
Commissioners, questions? What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we set the election judge wages, $250 per election for main manager judges, $225 per election for manager judges at stations, $200 per election for other judges, $14 per hour for early voting absentee judges, canvas board, ballot, audit board, 0.72 per mile one way after 5 miles.
Is it round
72
trip?
cents, yeah, said
Is it
20.
round trip? Sorry, is it round trip?
$25 for attendance to one judge's school and $50 for a meal stipend. So moved.
Been moved and seconded to approve the election judge wages for election year 2026.
Second.
We've already tried to say. Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion passed. And we all need to sign this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
The next thing we have for you is resolution 2026-12 pursuant to Wyoming statute 227101, the Board of County Commissioners, with the advice and recommendation of the county clerk, not later than the first meeting in May in every general election year, shall divide the county into not more than 30 election districts. And therefore be it resolved that we have these districts and precincts set up for you here, which we have not changed any of our election districts or precincts. We're not changing any of those. And it does have, you can vote at any vote center, and the type of equipment that we use is the ES&S ES200. And we also use the ADA voting equipment marking device, the ES&S Express Vote. Early voting, we also, and absentees at the courthouse, also using the same machines. The absentee board is at the courthouse, and we use the ES&S 450, which is a large machine that does all ballots in it at a much faster rate. So with that, we ask that, oh, and on the back side, it does tell you where the vote centers are: Arapahoe at the Arapahoe Admin Building, Du Bois at the Headwaters, God willing that we can stay there this year without fire, E-City at the Wyoming Indian High School Gym, Fort Washakie at the Fort Washakie School Gym, Kinnear at the Kinnear Fire Hall, Lander at the Bob Carey Memorial Fieldhouse, Riverton at the Fremont Center, Shoshone at the Shoshone Senior Citizen Center.
Mr. Chairman, I move, whereas resolution that we adopt resolution number 2026-12 pursuant to WS 22-7-101, the Board of County Commissioners, with the advice and recommendation of the county clerk, no later than the first meeting in May, In every general election shall be divide the county into not more than 30 election districts. Now therefore be it resolved that the following election districts as stated by Clerk Freeze and precincts be set for the next 2 years in Fremont County.
Second. Been moved and seconded to approve resolution 2026-12. Defining the 30 election districts as presented by Clerk Freeze. Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One last thing, we are trying to get our proclamation done and we just got the constitutional amendment to our computers just a few minutes ago, so we're working to get that on. But your question for the economic development tax, my understanding is you wanted it to be for 4 years. We did not read your resolution or the ones from the other cities and towns to be that specific. And so we asked our attorney to look at it and he recommended that the wording be one or the other. If passed, the tax shall become effective January 1st, 2027 and shall continue in effect for a period of 4 years. Or if passed, the tax shall become effective January 1st, 2027, shall be in effect for a period of 4 years as provided by Wyoming Statute 3915-203A VC. The same proposition shall be submitted at the general election in 2030. It stopped there. I must have cut it off. So we just want to make sure because otherwise it indicates if you don't put the 4 years on it, that it's coming back up in 2 years. So we're sure you probably meant 4 years across the board of all of you, and I don't know do we think they have to, what do we think they have to do that? Do they have to amend their resolution and ask the cities and towns to do the same?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the statute calls for concurrence of a majority municipalities that concur that it's going to take effect for 4 years. I've had a chance to look at the resolutions from the other municipalities.
Oh.
Are they using the same language?
Yes, they did.
So they didn't mention 4 years.
It was exactly the same as the commission.
So I think an amended resolution makes it on our end. I think they should do the same.
So if we amended it, Mr. Chairman, and sent it to each one of them and asked them to amend it and send us a copy, that would suffice, just so we can get that on our proclamation.
So we need a motion if this board so chooses to amend the
And I think that maybe that second one is more clear in the middle there, where it talks about the statute. So when it would come up again, it should say 2030, but
okay,
I
so
think that might be more clear.
we need to just have a motion to amend the official ballot proposition to include 4 years.
I don't know if it's your resolution you have to amend.
Oh. I think
Make
you
it clear.
would amend the resolution.
Okay.
You know what number it is? You have it. Because we probably want to use this one. I'm thinking this one's more clear. The second one. See where I have it. Where it says the statute numbers.
So
Yeah.
statute
that one.
39,
There, yeah,
3915-203.
I think that one. Something, make that a motion to amend your.
It's resolution 2026-0.
That's what?
09.
2026-09.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we amend the language of resolution 2026-09 to say if passed, the tax will become effective January 1st, 2027, shall be in effect for 4 years. As a period of 4 years is provided by WS 39-15-203 A, B, and capital C. The same proposition shall be submitted at the general election in 2030.
Yes.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Now, the statute said 2 years, but we can amend it to 4, right?
Mr. Chairman, if it was indicated that you wanted 4 years, you have to say it in the proposition. And I felt like it was inferred there by reading it, but I wasn't sure. So that's what I'm asking.
That was the impression was for 2 years, but
Yeah, and this is just to make it as 4 year instead of the 2.
And Mr. Chairman, if you don't, maybe it wasn't 4 year. Maybe we assume, I sort of assumed by reading it that was inferred that it was 4 year. We had a conversation about that, and that's why this was brought up, was it does say, I assumed it was just an automatic 4 year.
I assumed it was a 4 year.
But when you're reading it, you have to delineate it for 4 years. So if you want it for 2 years, we don't have to do anything. We'll just make it a 2 year.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
We would have to make a change.
We'll make it, okay.
If the board decided this was a 2 year tax, then you'd need to amend that resolution and remove the language that it shall be submitted to the general election in 30. That's the language in the existing resolution that indicates that there's a 4 year tax. So this is declared and add that specific language that's 4 years. Because that's what the statute calls for.
All right. So we have 2030, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Now, so we're just clarifying and adding language that equals
Yes,
4
4
years. Yes, okay, sorry.
I know we've been doing this for like a week. going-
Yeah.
And
This,
that's what the other municipalities have agreed upon. I mean,
Right. It's exactly the same as what you guys did. And that's why I think we were thinking where it said 2030, that's where we must have gotten a 4 year thought process. But when in reading it, it was definitely like, you have to say that it's 4 year.
so we approved the resolution and
to put it on the ballot.
put it on the ballot, but it was it's for a 4 year. That's what we agreed upon. We're just clarifying that and putting that on the ballot, making sure that that's on the ballot and in the language that the voters know it's a 4 year vote.
Okay, your motion was for a 4 year, right, Mike? Or what?
yes, we're adding the language that says 4 years. We already have the language that says it'll be renewed in 2030. So we're
Right.
just adding clarifying language to,
Yeah, but I just want to clarify that you said 4, not 2.
I did.
Right. Okay, I second that motion. So.
Okay, further discussion. All those in favor?
All right.
Vote. Motion passed.
And then
Thank
we
you.
need to send that out to the municipality.
We'll do that. We'll take care of that.
Do I need to sign something?
No.
Emma had gotten all of the resolutions from them, so we'll make sure that they understand that they would need to change theirs and then resend their resolutions to us.
Did we, Mr. Chairman, did we sign the resolution originally? So we'll have to sign the
Yeah,
revised.
she'll have to get one for you, updated.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, we could do that today and then expedite.
Yeah, we could send our copy out to everybody.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
okay. This is not here. Let's move on to the policy, procedure, and elected official salary discussion.
Policy and procedure first.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first one I had for you was probably the easiest, is Fremont County Policies and Procedure Handbook. And what I did for you this time is I hopefully captured what you told me last time. But then we could go page by page that is marked.
Wow.
I was scared after you said that.
Everybody started looking.
On page 3, interpretation and administration section. Clarifying that the official location of all personnel documentation should be filed in the county personnel office. This is not being done currently. So it would be nice that we get all personnel stuff in one place. Page 3, expenses covered. the new per diem rates, which for us is for reference purposes only when you travel. Kind of gives you an idea of, is a $30 meal reasonable or not in an area? So that website was updated. Under resignations on page 3, it takes out the 2-week suggestion advance notice of resignation. This goes against the at will statement that we had earlier. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not finding, I know you have a little red line, but I'm not finding that on page 3.
I think you're on the procurement policy. You're in the wrong one. Round up.
Wrong thing.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
We're on just this.
This little guy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know that this is the easiest one.
Handbook, I am so sorry.
Problem. This one is the one that says policies and procedures handbook. You got the longer one still. You need the short one. This one. That one, yeah. Yep. And there should have been like a 5-pager with it. You could get them that 5-pager with it too. They got copies of the 5, what I sent over. No.
It's got those two, the two.
I sent it
When
to you
you
by
sent
email.
it did not have anything in there. Yeah,
Oh,
it said, no,
okay. How
Yeah.
do you want me to handle this?
um,
Let me just explain what we're changing, and then you guys read it before, right? I don't know. I'm just talking about places that we changed.
it says an operation couldn't be completed.
Then I copied this before in the Zoom, so this goes. All right. Well, I didn't open. Okay.
I guess we could. Give it to us early, right, a little bit. Oh. It's overachiever.
I cleaned it up, but it's pretty much the same.
They should be in there.
So just a reminder, when these get done, the ones that go to the employees of the county will be one particular book. And then for elected officials and department heads and boards for their full-on book, that will be included in their book. But then they won't get all of the stuff, the employees won't get all of the stuff that the county has.
Chairman?
Yes.
Julie, is there anything in here with changes, in dealing with the vehicle? Is that? something-
Not yet.
Not yet,
That's next.
because they're a mess.
Yeah, we'll start that one next.
Okay, yeah.
We'll be sending stuff to you hopefully weekly, just to kind of keep up with.
Have you been in the meeting? Which one? The vehicles, have you been in the meeting?
I'm sorry.
The vehicles, have you been in the
County
vehicles?
vehicles.
The pool car,
They're messed up.
the pool car vehicle.
Oh, yeah, they're messed up.
Really?
Coffee spilled all over, smells like cigarettes, trash. People aren't taking care of them. I mean, they're just. Oh, that's a bit mess.
Wow.
How many days you only go out and just look at two vehicles, just look inside.
I never experienced that.
Speaking of which, while we're getting these handed out, going to look at the election warehouse before we get too busy would be a nice.
Yeah.
To get you over there and see what we've got going over there. That'd be great. Okay, starting over real quickly. Okay, page number 3, Under interpretation and administration, you can see most of the stuff is in red on your, it'll change obviously, and all the strikeouts will go away. I'm gonna give the same sort of thing to the employees so they know what changed. So I'm sure they all kept their personnel policies
Yeah.
from before, and they can go back and forth and look. Okay. So just clarifying that the official location of personnel documentation should be filed with the county personnel office. As I mentioned, that's not being done, so I thought we should put that in there. Page 3, expenses covered. We do have the government per diem rate. You can go out and then you can look by area. And that's just for reference purposes. So if you go to, like, I went to Chicago recently, the per diem out there for us on the federal level, because we got paid per diem, was $30 for lunch. And that was true. That was absolutely true out there. So if you were going to a place like that, you can look online and see, is $30 reasonable, although we don't pay per diem. That just helps people. So that was updated. When I went and looked, it was the one I had was no longer there. Okay, page 3 on resignations. We clarified here, it takes out the 2-week suggestion advance notice of resignation. It goes against what we said earlier in the at-will statement that says you can leave when you want to, and we can ask you to leave when we want to. There's no time frame, so we might as well make it consistent. Page 4, under harassment. We wanted to add supervisor and board members, board directors, or board liaison to all of certain locations. That were just to make it consistent throughout, that it belonged for everybody. Page 5, under salaries, we wanted to make sure that we have, the way it was stated on annual increases.
This is,
It's the little one. It's the littler one.
you're in the benefits.
Okay, page 5, under salaries, it just kind of mentioned how we used to do the salaries, and right now yes.
I'm sorry. I
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. Back on the harassment thing.
Okay.
In another time and place. And I don't know what the laws here are, but I've been through some personnel training that states that we are responsible if we mentioned supervisor or board member, but our outside vendors that interact with us, that we're responsible for their behavior. So if we're not addressing things like that, and I don't know if we want to add a line like that, but if for some reason somebody was harassed by a vendor of ours, we're responsible, are we not, under the state? That they'd come after us.
So we could,
At least that's been in a different lifetime. So I don't know what the laws are in this state, but I know that has been an issue in the past as part of our training.
Good point.
Mr. Chairman, I have had a case like that where it was an outside person harassing an employee. Did go through the process just like it was
Okay.
there, but I didn't know what else to do at that time, so we can definitely add that to our list, and we can find that and include whatever the standard is, if that works for you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes.
guess my response would be that every contract with an outside vendor, they're independent contractors responsible for their behavior. And we are not. We don't control what we do.
Can you find reference to that? Because I know that's been an issue in other states. That ultimately, if we allowed it, just like we allowed a supervisor and didn't address it, that's what I'm talking about. So that's what I mean by the responsibility, where it comes back on us. So I just,
Okay.
Yeah.
We can,
thanks.
we can find that either
Just
way.
to
and-
clarify, if it's not spelled out in our state, I still think that we should probably take some responsibility.
Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Page 5 under salaries, again, we have been using a SOC process for a while, and so I outlined that and how levels weigh into this, and that's how you get increases. And so if that works for you, that's just what we did there. That's basically all the changes I have on that one. Okay, the next one is the Fremont County Benefits Handbook. Again, this is something that we divided out from the personnel policy because this is your place where you are the ones who set our benefits. So this cannot be changed by any department. So we want to make sure that thinking about as we go through that. So starting on page 3, under definitions, down on county appointed board, we did change that it should be that the boards have authority over their director manager, not the employees, because the employees are under the director manager. So the boards are over just the director manager authority and oversight. Any comments, questions? And throughout this, you will see that I've added board, making sure that they are clear because they weren't really sure if they are in or out. So I'm trying to make sure it's elected official, department head, boards. So if you see
So,
boards
okay.
periodically,
So ultimately, if a board has a manager, they have 10 employees in that department. The manager is in charge of the employees,
that's correct.
but ultimately, the board is in charge because, I mean, they can't say, okay, this guy needs to raise the flagpole every morning, and this guy needs to lower the flagpole in the evening. And I mean, they can't tell them what to do, just the manager, but they can insist that the manager tells them what to do.
That would be, to me, it'd be an evaluation of the manager if they felt like things were out of control or they're getting complaints. Had that a little bit where we've had complaints about employees taken to the board, which I think I have complaints against my employees, it's brought to me, so that makes sense to me. It doesn't mean that other person's in charge of what I do, but I think if you are without a manager, which has happened in our case too, then they become over the remaining employees until they do something. They have to have somebody over them, but this makes it clear that each one of these people that you put in charge and pay them this amount of money have the authority to do the day-to-day routine stuff of their employees. Do we agree or not agree? Okay. Okay, page. And then so on page 3 of the at-will status, I added board. Page 4, vacation policies. We did change this a little bit, not how many days you get, but we've been doing this change because it's fair, but we wanted to put it in writing. So though part-time used to be mostly 20 hours, so we were just giving you half of everything. Then we had people coming in that are this many hours and this many hours, and to make that fair, it should be prorated. So this took out that middle section and made it that this is how you prorate it. Just so that so we took out then on 1B, there used to be the cap for part-time. We're not going to give any cap there because it varies for people. So we'll just make sure that the payroll clerk knows how to do the cap for that person and lets those, we don't have that many part-time people, to be honest with you, but we can let them know. Any questions on that? Page 4, sick leave accumulation and limits. We did the same thing here, showing that part-time people get pro rata sick leave. And so we just use that same language there. Page 4, sick leave uses. We did want to make sure we are not always getting FMLA discussed with your person that you set up for FMLA. And so we wanted to talk about after 3 days that FMLA may need to be discussed here and where that's at in the policy. Okay, page 5. Oh,
Yes. I remember information being stated that individuals could be terminated even though they're under FMLA. That had to be advised to the employee. Is that something you know about?
So we have had certain circumstances where someone who they're usually coming off of FMLA, but yes, you can, under certain circumstances, you can still terminate under FMLA if it has nothing to do with FMLA. Yes.
Would that be
And-
noted though? In the building handbook?
That let's see, I think if you go to page 6, let's look here. Um, We don't have here that we should have the conversation with the employee about termination, but it's not standard. I mean, there's different opinions on that. We do recommend, if you go through MLA person or HR, then you do get that advice that if we come to a point where they can't come back, FMLA is expired, for example, and their doctor is saying, I'm not seeing that they can come back to that job and you don't have another job for them, then we have always advised that they bring the person forward and let's talk to them about what their options are. And that they have to fill that position to keep the county going for whatever their job is. If you have 3 truck drivers and you have 1 out and you're gone without somebody for 12 weeks, and I gotta have a truck driver I'm just giving an example, then it's unfortunate, but sometimes we gotta fill that position. And so each one of them are a little bit different. And like I said, if you go through us, we'll advise that and hopefully keep people out of trouble.
And the reason, Chairman, the reason I brought that up, because there was this kind of, notion by employees that they could not be terminated while they're under FMLA.
And I think our FMLA person who does this, Margie, is the one who does this, is really good about telling them what their rights are and gets the paperwork to them. Again, you have to use us. And we have some departments that aren't using us, just so you know, and they're doing their own thing. So I can't control some of those offices that won't use us. We use us. So, okay. On page 5, I did add a flex time in here. This was not in your previous one. When I was going through the overtime, trying to get that ferreted out, we've been allowing flex time. I've been teaching flex time and my type of flex time, when I look it up, isn't quite like this. But what happens is sometimes, and I work with Billy a lot, they know a snowstorm's coming on Saturday. So, maybe during the week, he can say, hey, you 2 are gonna be on call it's gonna happen on Friday or whatever. Maybe it's a better example. Monday, we have a big snowstorm and they have to stay 4 hours longer than their normal shift. By Friday, they can let them have different time off so that it doesn't cause overtime costs, compensation costs, and it gives them time out of here so that they're still on their schedule. So I added that in here that we do allow that, and it's kind of it's a money saver for the county. Anybody not okay? Because we are doing this. I just thought maybe it should be in there.
Chairman, yep. I just noticed that maybe flex time is always used on Friday. I'm just saying, it goes down
If
around
they
there.
had anything earlier in the week, but yes, I mean, whatever it's all about Friday off day. I don't know. Anyway, if we're okay with that, we'll put that in there. Funeral leave. And again, I want to remind all of you that thank you to all the elected officials who worked on this, and Nathan. We worked really hard for 2 full sessions on this so that we hopefully made it a little bit easier on you, but we did come up with that. We're finding that maybe 3 days is not long enough for bereavement. And so we asked to move that from 3 to 5, but we did say it had to be consecutive. In this day and age, sometimes we have a death and then we don't have funeral services till years sometimes. So we said, while you're grieving, while you're doing whatever you are, that's fine, but it's 5 days consecutive leave.
So I thought we had that, we already agreed that we voted on that, approved that like a year ago.
No, I think we brought it to you and you guys were like, yeah, I think that's a good idea. When we were still working on this, yeah. This has been 9 years in the making, but we're gonna get there. The other thing that we was struggled with is what happens if they need more than 5 days. Hopefully they don't anymore, but we feel like it should be vacation days that are taken off. Some we're allowing 6 days, 6 days doesn't say you can do that. So we agreed that they should be taken as vacation days. Another thing that had come up over COVID is work from home. And so we have really long talk about this as elected officials as well. So what this allows is that elected officials, department heads, and boards may allow working from home for themselves, chief deputies, directors, managers, that's it, as long as they are approved through the elected official, department head, or board. And the IT department director will supply a computer data and privacy policy if this is passed for its limited use, meaning we've got the correct stuff from home to use our computers and that it's safe for the county if we are working from home. A lot of us already do work from home all the time, elected officials and our deputies probably too, but we didn't want to just let it be carte blanche across for everybody. Now, you may have a difference of opinion since you have department heads, so certainly you can weigh in there. Okay, page 5, workers' compensation. We added that if an employee is on extended worker compensation time off, they must go on FMLA. Somebody from the FMLA person. Okay, page B, it says. Oh, there was one that got left here from a long time ago on converted sick leave, and we don't have converted sick leave anymore, so we want to make sure that was out. Okay, page 6. Family Medical Leave Act. I did ask Margie to review this, and so the changes here are from her. And so what's actually happening, a revision of this section to get a medical certification, and for the department head or board, or use the commissioner's appointed FMLA person. We're asking everybody to use that person again. Also clarifying that the county will continue to pay the county's portion of the health insurance premium unless the employee waives that benefit in writing. We've had people say, yeah, I don't want that. And then they did want that. So now we want that in writing so we can talk to them about it. And clarifies that the employee is responsible to pay their own portion of health insurance premiums while on FMLA. Page 7, continued FMLA clarifies return to work and whether an employee can work from home, which then goes back to where we had to work at home policy. And clarifies that the commissioners will designate right now the FMLA person. Page 8, death benefits. We just gave it more time for people to collect that benefit. It used to say 45 days, and sometimes you didn't have a coroner's autopsy or something that, or maybe an investigation and it goes longer. We want to make sure that person was able to get their money and that we aren't limiting them. So both for the part-time and the full-time, we just added 120 days for them to get that. And the final one, the fair did use administrative leave. I've never received that policy, so I don't know what it looks like. But I do know the sheriff uses this, and I'm not aware of anybody else. But I think it's important to put this in here. I looked at other counties, and they were adding it also. So in here, administrative leave means for purposes of conducting an internal investigation, any employee may be placed on administrative leave. Administrative leave is defined as leaves with pay for the period of time as mandated by the employee's elected official, department head, or board, or purposes of conducting a non-biased investigation. The employee should receive the purpose for the investigation and the length of the time they will be off from work in writing. So we want to make sure that was happening for both sides. But there is a question on federal government sites that I read. They do only allow this to happen for 10 days. And I didn't know if we wanted a time period or if we just want to leave it that they just have to let them know, because we've had some very long administrative leaves, and I don't want to speak for the sheriff on that. He may have reasons for that. And so if you want to just leave it this way, that it's up to the elected official, they just have to let the person know how long they're going to be off, which I think is fair.
Commissioners, questions?
Absolutely. I know it's the biggest one, but it really is brand new. Procurement policy, this will be really on how we do our bidding in the county. You asked that on page 3, one, the policy oversight, that we don't have a committee, that you will be the procurement policy committee. Page 4, related policies, procedures, and publications. We added policies that we need to have included. And the requirement to check federal departments. So my job throughout and Jim's, we've been going through a lot with, especially like ARPA, where we have to make sure that we go through in every company, and it should happen like right after Nathan approves a contract and you're ready to do it, then actually I should be checking through sam.gov and make sure they're not debarred from doing work at the county. So there's a process there that I need to get figured out of when and who does that job, but we need to have it in here that we will do it. Because we're being required right now to do it by our auditors. Okay, page 7. Added boards again to all areas and the meeting schedule. This is from Park County. When I borrowed this, I borrowed it from Park County because it was approved by the auditors we used. And so I didn't want to reinvent the wheel. I wanted something they already liked. And so they only met with the first and third Tuesday. So I just updated to what your meeting schedule is. Page 8. Still want to do one more look on this. I did do look this morning and change some language here to meet what the statute actually says. It just changed the words a little bit. You have to be a US citizen and all that stuff now. So I did change that, but I would like to go through that with Nathan and make sure I haven't missed something. But this is requirements for, mostly for your really large contracts are going to be under this, about the 5% in-state preferencing and stuff like that. Page 10 this is to be done only in a commission meeting, that's the bidding, the opening of the bids in this other county. We used to do that years ago, but you have allowed your departments to have this room generally to open bids publicly, and then they bring them to you. And if you want to continue that, I have made this look like what you do right now. Is it just that it has to be done in a public location, and so the public can be there, and then they bring them to you. And then page 11, I heard you say last time that you wanted our lowest amount of procurement to be 10,000 instead of 5. So I've changed everywhere throughout this document to the lowest asset level to be 10,000. Page 13. You wanted to make sure that we weren't notifying you by email that something needed to happen as an emergency. I heard you say that you would like to have emergency meetings to handle emergency expenditures. So I changed it so that that's how that should be. And then I still need a statute here, as you can see in the middle of the page. I'm still needing that. I've got to find them. Page 16, I want to make sure the insurance requirements are correct. This is what Park County did, but I want to make sure kind of what we have. To make sure that this is what we need here too. I don't know, maybe that's a Wyoming thing. I just haven't checked. When I noticed that last night, I had not checked that. So I'll make sure to adjust that to meet our criteria. And with that, that would finish our procurement policy. And if you need any changes, great. If you can approve any of these, great. If you want me to bring something back, can you approve it? Great.
How about if we review it, and if there's any changes, then we can have that discussion next week as approval, or have the discussion over your areas.
Okay.
Would that be all right?
Yep. Thank you so much.
Here, let me give you this, 'cause I have 2.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you to the elected officials for all that.
Diane. We'll make this short and simple. Yes.
We were gonna do the elected official salary discussion. It was on that, but probably we'll just need to.
Let's do that after we get done with Keith Duran with CWC right before executive session. Morning. Okay.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm good. Good. So the packets that I gave you, the first page, is the quarterly from 1 of 26 to 3 of 26. And then the monthlies are behind them. I know Mike asked for monthlies as well too. So the monthlies are behind, the quarterly report here. So in the first quarter for transports, the total transports, I pulled this from the image trend from Waters. The first quarter transports were 1,284 transports that we provided from January through the end of March.
See that? I don't see it, but
No, I pulled that from the image trend and just had it for available for you guys. I can ask Daniel if he can add that on there as well too,
okay,
so that we can get total transports for the quarter.
all right.
The next page is for January of 2026. You will see that we had a total trip count of 589. Of that, 279, 47.4% were 911. 21.6 was 100, which equaled out to 127 calls was for interfacility. That's going to be your Sage West, and some of your Casper transfers. And then 31.1% falls into that canceled and refusal.
31% is canceled or refused.
Yes. And I'm trying to get it to see if we can get a breakdown, but it'll break down exactly what the refusal rate is and what the cancel rate is. But there's quite a few times that we get paged out and we get canceled rather than rolling out. You
Right.
pull up on scene and they cancel you. So there is quite a few cancels. So for February, you'll see that your 911 made up for 49.8%. Your interfacilities made up for 19.6%. And then again, the canceled refusal part for 30.6% of the monthly calls, the breakdown. For March, again, 49.8 for the 911, 24.4 for your interfacility, and then 25.8 for the canceled and refusal part. Overall compliance of the 20 minutes or less per the county contract for the quarter, we came in at 77.37% on that compliance of 20 minutes or less to scene.
So you're doing quite a few interfacility transfers.
It's mainly between Sage West. There's not a whole lot of the cast transfers going. So that's mainly your Sage West. And then that also includes like somebody up or taking the hospice. That's considered in a facility as well too.
What
So
about to a nursing?
same thing
Yeah, it's considered in a
in a
facility.
facility, yes.
And you submit that to the state?
Mm.
I
No,
mean, those numbers?
yeah, so the reports that go through image train through waters through the state, it tells where we picked them up at and where we dropped them off at.
No, I mean, as far as that information as interfacility transfers goes to the Department of Health for our grant obligations.
For Medic 400, it would.
Okay,
And we need to separate Medic 400 in these reports as well too. And that's something that I asked Daniel to help out with too, because we've had an issue trying to pull Medic 400 to be separate in this report.
okay, so are you current in reporting to the Department of Health for our grant obligations?
I haven't reported to the state. I thought that the county commission, I
Well,
thought you guys were reporting.
We do, but
Okay.
we get that information and then we get that information from you. We're just kind of a pass through.
And I think that, on my transfer truck, Michael Green is who I deal with.
Okay,
He also receives those numbers as well too.
okay,
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
I was just looking at the amendment number 4. It kind of goes to what you're talking about. It just requires monthly reporting of number of non-emergent ground transports,
right,
as well as revenues.
okay. So bookkeeping does that part, once they get the information from Frontier. Frontier sends it to our bookkeeping department, forwards that information on to Department of Health for our grant office. And I will follow through and make sure that that's being done. Okay. Questions?
Mr. Chairman, so looking at your original graph here on the first page, so we had 354 interfacility and 791 that were 911.
Correct.
So if we discard, just tell me if I'm right, if we discard the no transports, then that number of interfacility is 44% of all transports. Is that right?
I would assume so.
Yeah.
It doesn't reflect in here, so that's something
Yeah.
that Daniel's working on because I thought the same thing when I was looking at it, so.
Yeah, I mean, if I take out the canceled
Right,
of 472, and I just divide 354 divided by 791, that's 44% of all transfers are interfacility.
Yeah.
Isn't that enlightening?
Yeah.
I'm surprised at that number.
Yeah, that's a big number.
And is that mostly between Riverton and Lander?
mostly. And like I said, between Riverton and Lander and then nursing home transports, hospice transports. And then some of the transports that go to Casper that don't fall
Okay.
under the Medic 400. So they fall under
That's
that
right.
103. I sent you that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And they'll go to other nursing homes like in Casper
Mhm.
or rehab.
Rehab
Yeah.
in Casper.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Any other question?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Diane, do you have, I was thrown out on the street. You didn't know who I was. You picked me up. How would you go about billing me?
So that happens if we pick somebody up that they don't have any information with them. The hospital, we rely on the hospital that they get the information, and then once they have the face sheet complete, we attach the face sheet to the report. That was yours.
Do you ever not get those?
Sometimes, but most of the time, no, hospital's pretty good. If you come in as a trauma, they put you as a trauma trolley on their face sheet, and then they gather the information throughout, and then we go pick up the updated face sheet from the hospital.
You have your billing department. I mean, you have part of the billing is part of Frontier, or is that contracted out?
It's Frontier.
It is. And they're in Iowa or Illinois or?
I do believe that my billing is located in Arizona.
Oh,
The main one is back east, but I do believe the DQA specialists that I deal with are out of Arizona.
okay.
But let's say you don't get that information, then how do you put it on this chart? Do you,
It usually becomes a write-off at that point in time if we can't gather information. I know that billing will put it on hold. We attempt to gather the information throughout, 4 to 6 months. And then if there's no information available, it usually goes into a write-off, but it goes as a write-off.
so then the county picks up the tab?
I don't,
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Diane.
next one.
Perfect. Okay. Dean had to step out, correct? Let's talk employee Keith. Sorry,
Howdy.
how are you?
I think I'm all right, thank you.
Have a seat.
Before we do. This is my fault, I didn't think about it ahead of time enough. The USDA people have said I'm not allowed to publicly say anything about this grant until we get a check.
Okay,
And the news people are right there.
okay.
If they'll pinky swear, I'm okay with it, but
Yes.
I gotta have this pinky swear first.
Well,
They're online too.
yeah,
Oh,
Your
So,
lies were.
I tell you what, Keith, there's been some developments just this morning as well. Leave me your contact information again,
yes,
and I will call you as soon as I'm out of this meeting, and we'll have a discussion and carry on. I mean, it's kind of a change in deals, but there's another opportunity
Oh.
that I found.
very good.
So, we will have that discussion, and then, once it's done, we will bring it forward for the public
Perfect.
as an agreement.
I just gotta get I don't wanna hurt their feelings much at this point either, so.
Okay, that's understandable. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry to
No,
run something weird on you, but.
no, that's good. That's good. So, like I said, I will explain what developments have come up and, explain the other opportunities that are available.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay, and then we will bring it forward and make it a public matter. Because it's kind of a legality.
Yes, sir. It needs to be
Yeah,
public when
right.
it keeps us all out of trouble.
Well, I don't think we'll get in trouble. I think there's so much unknown, we don't know what. And we still won't have an answer by the end of the day.
Oh, well, perfect. That's kind of my life lately, so thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming over.
Welcome to our world.
Okay. Dean. And then we'll do the elected officials,
Okay.
discussion. You want us to?
I think that's a discussion.
Well, we had talked about it, but I think what it is to have a discussion. And you tell us what you do for other counties and the kind of work that you do for us. And, Mylan may have some concerns about not confidentiality, but as far as restricted access type things that you know more about it than I do. But if you will go ahead and explain to us what you do for this county and then what you do for the other counties. If that's at all possible.
I think it's fair, Mr. Chairman, to introduce Justin as the new owner of Travel Computers.
Okay,
And Justin will be, and has been working for the last several months here at the Richmond office. And you want me to continue that or talk about what we did for the other counties?
Sure, yeah, let's talk about that.
Sure. For the last roughly 28 years or so, we've supported Bighorn County and Hot Springs County as their IT department. So what that means is we basically have done the job that Kevin did for the last 11 years. In addition, we've supported Fremont County and assisted Kevin
with the projects and so forth that he needed some help with. So I believe there was room in the budget to use us as kind of an outsource IT to offset when he was out of town or for those various projects. So we've typically conducted ourselves as the IT department for the other counties. So we're very familiar with the applications, the processes of how the counties work. And we've been pretty well integrated into Fremont County during Kevin's tenure as well. So a lot of the infrastructure that exists here, a lot of servers, those types of things, we're very well versed in.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm happy to answer questions.
Well,
That's kind of the 30,000-foot overview.
Yeah.
We've been working with the replacing the phone system through the phone project. We've helped Kevin with some of the access control projects and security projects. Some of that has changed recently. We've been getting fewer calls in the last roughly 6 months to help. But we're certainly happy to step in and help facilitate in whatever way the commissioners.
So what, I think the controlled access is a huge question. I mean, you already have the capability and you do assist in issues when there's a problem. And I think the access capabilities of you, I mean, they're pretty much non-restricted, correct?
In terms of the actual like door control systems,
Sure.
is that what you're
Yeah,
asking?
I mean, as far as, I mean, if Kevin wasn't or Lance now, but if they're not here for whatever reason, you can step in and then you can get into the hard drives and you can sort out the issues and find out what the problem is and go from there. I mean, you can take over as the IT guy when our IT department director or manager is not here.
1,000% sir, yes.
Okay.
We haven't changed our access, so because the goal and how we functioned with Kevin and also with Lance has been to offset and provide that backup to them. And back in October, we submitted an MOU to kind of be a more disciplined part of that process, kind of a more documented part of that process, because the way it's worked for the last 11 years or so has been Kevin has just reached out to us. If he was out of town, I could take over. If he was busy or whatever in various projects. So we have access into or can get access into all systems.
Lance, I mean, Mila?
Yeah. So a question I had being.
Chairs your hair in.
Is there a change in company hand? I mean, are you transferring your company over? Okay, so. My concern is there should be some sort of a vetting process for security purposes. For any contract services. Because having full access to any material is extremely important. Now, we know that there are common practices for contract IT. And we just want to kind of follow those guidelines as well to make sure that we're following those best practices.
Sure.
And so I think there need to be some sort of guidance on that and to achieve that best practices goal for the county.
Absolutely. And we work in other dispatch centers as well, so we do have to go through those backgrounds with NCIC and NCI. So that is
Non-disclosure agreements,
of course.
the whole nine
Yes,
yards.
sir.
And then also you have on the contract side, you have continuity of operation plans.
We do.
In your.
We do for most of our other counties.
Okay.
That would have to be generated or
we have to look at what Kevin had put in place previously and augment that. I can't speak specifically to 100% of what Kevin's job was and how far he had gotten through some of those things. I can say that I did work with him on those continuity plans, mostly through the food program through the state. It's a silly name, hard to say, but yeah, so we went through that COOP training. And I've also done all the COOP training with the other counties as well.
See, so I feel it's important to hash those, issues out too, so that we know what we can expect. If there is a disaster recovery plan, guidelines on.
That we do have.
And I know you were involved with other issues, that, was part of the continuity of operations, so, but I think that needs to be addressed up front in some sort of agreements and stuff that it's made.
Absolutely. I think the intent of our conversation today was to see how we can help and how the commission would like to move that forward and proceed.
And so we're just having a discussion on expectations.
Yeah. So I think it's really important that we try to minimize the service lapse, and I'm trying to be politically correct in open session, but I think that there are some concerns that have to be addressed.
Right.
And we can work as much or as little as the county would need, but certainly facilitating that transfer and bringing Justin in his background, not to speak for you, sir, but Justin's background is in cybersecurity, so he's well entrenched in those areas. In fact, that was kind of his primary responsibility.
It's very important.
So cybersecurity is something that we take seriously, and Justin is really well positioned to address those concerns. More than I am.
Yeah, that's what I believe that, Chairman Allen was kind of getting at, was to make sure that we have all the boxes checked. Should they pursue, more in-depth involved with the organization.
Sure.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Chairman, my concern a little bit was with our potential, change of personnel, that we went through quite an ordeal, trying to find a IT director. I would be interested in having, this firm give us a quote for what they do or a proposal for what they do, so we have that as a reference. So if you do that for Bighorn in Hot Springs, what would a proposal look like for us, so that we have that as a reference as we go forward? Because it's a challenge to find personnel like that. So as we decide whether we're gonna recruit or things are gonna level out or whatever, then we have that on reference. So we can look at it and say, yeah, apples to apples. And certainly to include, Mylan, thank you so much for those comments too.
So you virtually do everything in the IT world for Bighorn and Hot Springs County. You run their IT department.
Your Honor, yes. In those counties, we actually are the IT department.
Okay.
So I'm integral in the budget, and we work for the commissioners. So if you think about it, they hired our company to be IT.
Right.
And there are some really interesting aspects to that. We find ourselves as Fremont County in an interesting position where a lot of knowledge is going away. Or didn't transfer from Kevin necessarily to Lance. And that really is a problem. So even if the county has an IT person, and unfortunately, the department as it will stand here in the not too distant future doesn't really have the knowledge base to do the role of the ISS supervisor. So even if the county does go out and hire another director, it makes a lot of sense to keep the outsourcing portion, kind of like we talked about back in October with that MOU, because we can play that level field. So, you know, people get sick, people take vacations, people decide to take other jobs. So over the years, we've provided that continuity piece and that knowledge piece that carries on. And, you know, there's a lot that we can do in documentation and those types of things that we've worked with Kevin on, and Justin has a lot of knowledge about that kind of helps carry that knowledge forward. But it's kind of like having a safety net for one of the most crucial aspects of what the county does. You know, in our opinion, the county data is like the most important thing. So yeah, it's important that printers print and computers compute, right? But if we don't have the data as that fundamental piece, and unfortunately, I think that's currently an oversight. So I don't think that we have a lot of leeway in making some decisions based on the current status. So, and I'm happy to share more at a different time.
So, and we don't want to keep you all day, but, so if we did ask you to come up with, if this board would say, okay, give us a proposal to do the same things with Hot Springs, as you do with Hot Springs in Bighorn County. Let's give us an example of what you do, or kind of show us what you do, if you will, and give us a proposal what it would cost.
Sure.
What it would do to do this, because, you know, even with Lance gonna be gone, we don't have enough time to hire somebody, and we need to back, we can't be just, you know, yeah, his day to leave is here and gone, and unfortunately he is too, and we have nobody except Amos, and I'm not, you know, down Rick to Amos at all. I just think there's an awful lot to do. Kind of like the song, a lot to do, a short time to get there, you know.
Your Honor, I will note that we're currently still functioning and helping Fremont County. So depending on the conversation you want to have, we can bridge this current gap and provide some augmentation of services more immediately to help. I'm being a little bit guarded in what I'm saying, because I think that it's important that we don't throw anybody under any moving buses.
Right.
But there are some components that need attention more sooner than later, that if we were invited to do those. So the way things have worked in the past with Kevin is when something needed to be done, if he was unable to do it, I would just do it. So we had really good communication. And recently we get called in less, even on projects that we were moving forward, like the phone project, for instance. Like, I need input. Can we do this? Can we move this forward? And we haven't really been getting those directions. So we feel a little bit arm's length compared to our involvement previously. However, because we are still plugged in and we are still doing work for the county, I think that we could facilitate we can minimize that gap that we're looking at possibly. Regardless of the direction the county wants to go, I think we can still help support and provide that bridge.
Okay, and then one last question for me is, I know with Justin buying the company, you're gonna kind of stick around for a little bit and help guide him through.
I'm under contract with Justin.
Oh, perfect. Okay. All right. Questions, commissioners? Commissioners?
Mr. Chair, your personnel that you have there now, they're gonna be the same personnel going forward for quite a while. You feel
We all
pretty
hope so,
confident-
sir.
Yeah.
Feel pretty confident they're gonna be with you with the switch over.
Yes, sir, but yes, we do. But let me also add that we are always adding, and that personnel piece becomes a responsibility of the outsourced IT company, right? And the different people that we have in our employ have different skill sets. So different skill sets can plug into the organization better than a single person. So even as people leave, or, you know, as you have, you know, people come and go, or vacations, whatever, we still have the effective skill sets to meet the needs.
Okay, that's what I want.
Yes.
I feel confident.
And in fact, you know, there will be new skill sets added to the mix as we move forward too. So, I mean, just Justin by himself brings a whole different aspect of skill sets to the organization that we didn't have previously. So we're just making a good thing better.
We're able to keep up with all the new programs that we got, and then we bought some new programs last year. With ARPA money and whatnot, or we keep up with all those.
Yes, sir. I think that because we do support other counties, many of the counties within the state of Wyoming use all the same things. So there's a lot of distribution of that knowledge. And because we're familiar in other counties doing the same work here, although sometimes it's a different application. Take elections. Elections throughout the state are handled the same way. And we've been integral in those over the years as well. So many of the systems stay consistent throughout the counties.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Any other questions? So, did you have a question? So I have a question for the commissioners. Do you want to move forward with traveling computers and have them bring to us a proposal, if you will, what it would, what it would entail and what the cost to the county would be if we move forward with them, similar to what they do with Bighorn and Hot Springs. And at the very least, what we can do to move forward with our current agreement and our current contract and what we need to do to get back on track.
Sure.
Yes.
We don't have an option. We are now placed in a situation where we need to. Who has the greater understanding of our system, and our system, even though we have bought items that may be classified as new, our whole system or software or systems in place are outdated in that a lot of the items that our departments are using are outdated, as noted by Sage earlier. In that we do need, as soon as possible, we need on the ground for all of our county departments IT, and we don't have that currently. So yes, we should. Chairman, yeah. I think we should move forward to Mr. Chair, in your proposal. Are you talking about maybe not replacing the IT person that we have here, or maybe just going with the contractor?
I think we need to. We're out of time. To be honest with you, we're out of time. Yeah. And I think we need to move forward with a similar agreement as what the current traveling computers does with Bighorn and Hot Springs County.
Maybe not replacing the person
Correct.
down the road.
And keeping the resident, the new employee, keeping him and work with, and he can work with traveling computers and they can help train him and, maybe eventually work into that position, but we don't. So, yes,
Yeah,
or no?
yes, please.
Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I like the idea because you guys are already working with two other counties. And it's very similar with all the IT stuff that you guys do. So I like that idea.
Okay. Mr. Jones.
I would love to see the proposal.
Okay. Can you possibly have it for us for next week?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's, Mylan, any more questions? I know you're out of time.
Sir,
Mr. Chairman, Mylan, let's add that to the conversation of changes we went to our current agreement in our security. Yes, okay, all right, thank you.
Sorry, we have another meeting. So, if that will work with you, then, we'll put you on the agenda for next week and maybe we can have some other discussions about, other questions.
The week after would be better.
Oh, the week after.
Yeah.
Okay.
If that's fine.
All right.
Justin's currently working on moving himself.
Yeah.
Oh,
Here.
that's no excuse.
I know.
Well,
Name.
yeah, I don't blame you. You're as fast as me.
I escaped 30 years ago. You're from Springfield?
So we will continue on in 2 weeks. Okay,
In the meantime, Your Honor, if there's something we can do to help.
It's just Mr.
Mr. Chairman.
I know he's elevating over here up because here.
Support the big hats.
He's starting to rise.
Mr. Chairman, if there's something we can help facilitate the interim, we can function under the previous agreement until a new agreement can come about. Yeah,
All right.
that helps.
Yep.
Ease the pressure, stuff like
that sounds good. We will, we'll be in contact before the 2 weeks, because, you know, there might be questions come up in the meeting.
I think if you reach out in the meantime, and we're happy to answer questions and do whatever's needed to facilitate, but I do have to stress that there's some issues currently that need to be addressed more sooner than later.
Okay, well, we will visit and we will get in touch, and Justin will see you in 2 weeks. Dean, you will be here with as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
I mean, Mr. Chairman.
yeah. One more time.
I know, right? Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for waiting.
Have a good day.
Okay, elected officials, salaries.
Oh, boy.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I'm just sitting here in the middle chair. I'm your honor.
Yeah.
Your eminence.
It does say honorable on our papers.
Good. Please start. Commissioner Jones. I got you.
There, well, I have some thoughts in mind. Thank you so much, by the way, elected officials, for generating all that information. And excuse me, I don't have those other comparisons out there. Currently, all the elected officials except the attorney and sheriff are at 88,000 per year, and the attorney and the sheriff are at 98,000 per year. That sound right to everybody? So I don't know if anybody has some thoughts. I'll throw that out to the floor. I personally think there needs to be an adjustment.
Mhm.
So thoughts, commissioners?
Yeah, there isn't a problem on the issue of saying that we need to adjust and increase at all. We're probably one of the lowest paying counties in Wyoming. Let alone the nation. But you know, it would be grand, it would be great. And I have no problem agreeing on any increases. But Fremont County, where do we get it? Where's it gonna come from? How are we going to expand on our? I mean, it's a matter of saying, I'd love to pay you, but where does it come from? I don't mind the increases, but my pockets are dry. Throw in that. If anybody has an idea how we can increase, I don't have a problem with increase. But how do we increase? Because once we increase anything, then we have to, then we'll start having to increasing everywhere. So, Graham?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Not everybody really remembered this, but we did at the end of last year, we ended up in a better position than we thought. And we had made some cuts, and we moved in $1 million into our reserves.
Okay.
I kind of think of that a little bit as a rainy day, but I also think inflation, it was time for us to look at that.
Mhm.
We're always gonna be facing cuts in it. If this resolution passed for other property tax, I have always felt, and it's a great noble cause, but you know, it's not necessarily popular, but I've always felt that we should not be doing the kinds of cuts to services on the backs of our employees. Is that the employees need a fair living and a fair wage. And so, you know what, we're just gonna have to absorb those costs once in a while. So that's my feeling on that, and I do think we have room. And yeah, it could get tight, and at some point, we're gonna have to cut services, but to me, that's the message from the legislature that
Mhm.
you guys are getting a pay cut. And we're doing it to you because we're cutting property tax. And so, they want us to absorb that. Fine. I think that comes out of services. I think that's our message back to the legislature and say, fine, we're not gonna screw our employees, but we are gonna kind of mess with the services eventually if we have to do that. That's just been my view, over the last years. So. I had opened it up to everybody, anybody have my cards, I have a proposal. But if, we were kind of in the middle of the discussion, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
If anybody else wanted to comment
Well,
at that point, I have a proposal.
I want
Any
to
comments?
Okay.
So, while I was looking at and Mike, I agree with you. While I was looking at these, I also did took a while, but I did an analysis, study on current wages that are poverty level. Looking at ours and looking at the poverty level numbers, it's terrible. I mean, we're there. And, we can't help the cost of inflation. It's went up, and you can't pay people and have them out making or having them applying. I remember this when I came on as commissioner, we had deputy sheriffs literally on public assistance. And that's ways I'm looking at some of these our employees as well. I mean, how embarrassing is that? That's terrible. There's no excuse for that. I think we can figure this out. So, I do believe that what we're looking at, we can make this work. We need to improve some wages. And we can't keep, I mean, we can't even retain people. So, it's, yeah.
So Commissioner Wilson,
Mhm.
I remember.
A tattoo.
those are valid points, and I have some arguments in that favor of what you're talking about our employees. But we need to consider that in our budgets. And maybe have a meeting to talk about that prior to our budgets. But right now, let's focus on the elected officials' salary. But I think we all agree we need to do something for our employees other than the elected officials. I mean, we need to do something for everyone, not just the elected officials.
Oh, okay, well, I can tie this in with what I
Okay.
was saying. I looked at what the county commissioners make. And I have to tell you that we're way below the poverty level. We're at the penny bowl level. It's, yeah, I mean, we should be standing out on the corner with the can, because I mean, this is bad. And there hasn't been a raise there for what, 16 years?
I've been.
At least 16 years?
Yeah. It's been a long time.
So I don't have a problem with the other elected officials, what they asked. I would make a proposal for us.
Commissioner, permission.
Mr. Chair, what are you looking at, a percentage, say, you're looking at 5% across the board, or what percentage are we looking at?
For elected officials?
For elected officials, for all officials, for all our employees?
Well,
Well, one step.
I'll let Commissioner Jones.
I have a proposal, Commissioner, if you're okay.
Well, I really, presented that to us. We've shown.
Refresh my memory.
And I wasn't here, so I can't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Do you have an actual percentage or that you were proposing? For the-
Mr. Chairman,
the
I think
elected
we gave you,
officials.
I think we gave you a range of just looking, you know, at what across the counties, and I've given you as counties have increased their folks across the county, I've given you all of those. I gave you the comparison that you had raised your employees over the 4 years, 20%, and the elected officials, 5%. I talked about it last week. There are other elected officials in the room. I gave you something today that in 2006, the elected officials were making 60,000 and the attorneys 70,000, and 20 years later, 88,098. With the largest county, with the largest caseloads. And there's talk about, well, let's maybe get a person to look over all of the facilities. That's about $100,000 job. An HR person, $100,000 job that I'm already doing. I'm putting it out to you that we're really low. I'm sorry, but we're really, when I say we, it's the positions, not us. We have to decide every 4 years if you're gonna run. That's what we're allowed, 4 years. So I think that is different than our employees, and we have all supported SOC increases for those guys, and we continue to want that. Just had, I don't know how many people in here today, I'm losing people. We had all of that. But I'm just telling you, your department heads are butting up against us. Are you really gonna put them over, or are they stuck? Then your rest of your people are stuck. I think we gave you a range, and whatever works out for that, I told you that we committed to 300,000 a year for other employees. You have to look at your budget and you have to decide what is right for Fremont County. And so that's your job to do. I can't tell you what that is. These guys can't tell you, but they're here. If they'd like to say something too, I open it up to them. That's what I told you a week ago. Or 2 weeks ago.
Real quick, Julie, since I wasn't here last week, your recommendation was 5% increase?
No, I don't think it was 5.
The range of.
I think we gave you a range. It's not up to us to tell you what we want. It's not about
Well,
us.
I mean, you.
But we said we are way below the average across the state. So I think it was, I don't know, Amanda, it was 110 to 130. I mean, we said the attorney needs to be higher. I mean, we said you need to be higher. We just can't keep doing $4,000 a year. I can tell you that.
Mr. Chairman.
Just a second.
And Chairman, I didn't have any trouble with what the ranges were at all. That's something that I don't have any trouble voting yes on. What I asked before is, and you said,
Yep.
you answered my question, if we have it.
Yeah.
Then we should do it. I mean, if we have it, then I have no problem in going and saying yes to it. I know what the ranges are. Julie has been very adamant about, letting us know exactly with everything I read, everything she emailed, everything that was documented in the sense of what was sent. And so,
And Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, it's not just me.
yeah.
We had a
no.
big meeting of all of us and everybody participated.
Oh, yeah.
So I want to make sure not that we asked.
Oh, no, I'm just saying you think
Okay.
the information came through. And so in that, all of the officials sent their information in. And in that, yeah, that's it.
So,
So,
Mr. Chairman,
Just said Amanda had something to say.
Mr. Chairman, I think, what Julie's trying to get at is really, we don't want to put out a number there. You can see what all of the other counties are doing. What we were trying to get at is the huge different dynamics that Fremont County has. We are different in itself.
Right.
We have a lot of different influences that people don't typically have to deal with. We butt up against being an extremely large county in caseload, but we're still understaffed because we're in this weird continuum. And so what our recommendation would be is if there would be an increase, because this is of course not for the current elected officials, this is for people going into those places. Our recommendation would not be to give you a number, but rather for you guys to provide us a number based off of the work that we're doing, the people that we're servicing in Fremont County, because this has to look forward to consecutive other elected officials if someone else were to take one of these positions. So we try to provide you just what we handle on a daily basis.
Great. Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I have a proposal to increase the. Sorry, all except the attorney and sheriff, 20%. Which would take that, 88,000 to 105,600. And then take that same 20% and apply it to the attorney and sheriff, which take that number from 98,000 to 117,600. And I know it's not enough.
Any comments? Any questions?
Mike,
Yes.
you said 105.
105.
105,600.
Comments, questions, remarks, motion.
It's a moderate. Kind of gets us close, but I'm not sure, and I'm sorry, I don't have the number in front of me. What does that look like compared to everybody else, or do we need to go more?
It looks comparable to the roster.
It's what?
It looks comparable.
It does look comparable, okay. Yeah, I think we're.
Mr. Jones, you want to put that into a motion?
Yes, I move that we adjust salaries for the sheriff and the attorney from 98,000 per year to $117,600 per year. And all other elected officials minus the commissioners from 88,000 to $105,600 per year. So
Do I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the pay increases as mentioned in the motion, excuse me. Further discussion? Yes.
So what are we through the coroner in at?
It would be same.
She's the
She's
same.
not on here. Okay.
Yeah, she's in the all other elected officials.
Well,
In
it's
the
not.
top line.
No.
No.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, she,
Oh, I was-
it's in the resolution.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor?
All right.
Opposed? Motion passed. Then do you? Anybody
Want to do the
want to
commissioners?
do the commission?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
What is your motion?
So I move that we adjust salaries. We're at 34,000 per year for commissioners. I move that we raise that to 40,000 per year.
I had 40. Excuse me.
Yeah. Well,
I had-
let's make it, let's get a second and then we can have
Negotiate.
discussion.
Okay,
Second.
so
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to increase the commissioners' salaries to 40,000 per year. Further discussion.
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
So I thought I had came up with what I was talking to you earlier about with the gross current wages for poverty levels. And at 20% just takes us a hair over at 45,520.
Thank you, Commissioner. We are part-time.
No, not you, really, work like.
Well, it's the most full-time, part-time job you'll ever have.
Yes, I've ever heard in my life.
If you want to make a
Thanks
friendly
for me to
amendment,
see me on that, I ran.
if you want to make a friendly amendment, I will adjust the number to 41.5.
41,5.
I will do that, 41.5.
Is that good with the second?
Yeah.
Okay. Further, it's been moved and seconded to make an amendment to make the commissioner's salary 41,500 per year. Further discussion on that topic. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion passed. Okay.
Yeah. big limit.
Oh, she has it ready. Never mind. She'll have it for you right now.
Oh, ain't
Ow.
gonna sign that. I'm just,
Yeah, you are. Just like something.
Yes. I know you voted, but I'd be a little remiss to not bring up this notion of across Wyoming, we have deputies who are making more than the elected county attorney. I think the county attorney's a unique circumstance because of the enhanced training that's required. I think it's too low. That's just my opinion on that, for that position.
so you're talking deputy,
So we have situations in the state where deputies make more than elected
deputy law enforcement?
deputy.
No.
county attorney.
Civil, deputy county.
You do here.
Oh,
He still has deputies below him now.
any amendment? Well, we've already made the motion. We can,
Has it passed? Did we pass?
yeah, we passed it,
Yeah.
and I just
We
signed
would
it.
have to rescind it,
So we need to rescind it if that's what,
if that's.
if that's what you wanted.
So what is our current, what is the current? Deputy,
I think that's a pretty healthy increase,
yeah,
20%, and I'm just saying that's my personal thought. No offense to Micah, but
They are getting more reimbursement this year. I sent that letter to you as well. They're getting more reimbursement this year.
Right.
Remember, we get money back.
right,
right,
So, and as far as I know you have at least one that would be below or above the 125,000 in his department.
what is the current deputy?
she said, just said 100.
There's 25.
Okay, because I knew it. Yeah, 125.
Is there any willingness to rescind the motion and revisit the vote? Any wishes to rescind the vote and make a new motion?
Chewing on it.
Last call. Any wishes to rescind the vote and make a new motion with just salary? That being that,
This is for just the
Right.
county attorney.
yeah, well, it would be to rescind the
Rescind the
vote
vote.
and they would have to redo it again. So, unfortunately, I
Okay.
Yeah.
passed it. So with that being said, we need to move into executive session for personnel and litigation. And then after that, we will recess. Hopefully.
You did, you worked out that.
Yeah.
Take some. Take some.
I know.
Yes, need a motion to go into executive.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed.
sorry.
Here I have a motion we needed to make.
Oh,
I should have wrote it down, but I didn't.
Oh, the board,
Oh, yeah, the job,
That guy.
the vacancy announcement.
yeah, that you're gonna change that.
Yeah. To resubmit, re-advertise for BOE examiner with the new credentials.
Fix.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed.
got it.
Get that, Ellen?
No.
No.
She's making a moment. Gotta record it so I can go back and listen to my recording.
Recap.
Oh, yeah.
And then I got something on your.
Microphone on, please. Microphone. Can't hear.
Couple things, so budgets are due, your first set are next week. So those are going to come in, or they're asked to be come in by the 7th. We finally got everybody online. That means all of you should have got an email and you should have gone out and set yourself up. Okay, if you need me to help you, you can't change anything. But you can, and Emma is all on now and we're kind of getting her trained up too, so she can help you too. To look at things. Mike, you're the only one set up right now, and I thought you said Jen, maybe you guys.
Am I set up?
Yeah, to do just commissioners, but if you look at somebody else's, you can't change anybody.
Okay.
But you can do commissioners and do the
So
work,
we know.
or Emma can do it. I told her if you wanted to just tell her what the numbers were, or if you need help getting stuff, let me know. But you can look at your liaison folks and see how they're doing with their budgets, or if they want you to look at something,
Yeah.
it's just numbers, but. Anyway, so those will come out. There's like 3 pieces of paper per department unless they send us something extra. So those can go in your packet. So we've asked them to be in by Thursday so they could get to you, but they should be uploaded into your Google Drive. Plus you should be able to see them online.
And are they putting notes in?
So the notes, for whatever reason, the company merged with ClearGov and suddenly notes are not what they're supposed to be. And I'm arguing a little bit with the company. They've been excellent, but I'm saying they're going, nope, it's comments now, which means you can't see them. And I'm like, nope, it's supposed to be notes. We asked for this specifically and you built it for us. So go find it. So she's on that right now. So right now notes is not in there, but I told everybody anyway to put all of that kind of stuff in the budget message. And again, I'd be happy to help anybody who needs it, or I can send you some instructions on how to open and do everything on each one of them, so you can't look. So I just wanted to let you know, so Emma will definitely have hard copies here for you here. Your big book will probably not be a big book anymore. We do have the budget book. She did spiral bind it. Is it somewhere close so they can see it? It is on the website, right, Emma? And it's on the website. Here's what a budget book looks like. Now, there's probably a few still weird things. If you see weird things, let me know. But finally, I'm done. Here's one that's actually bound for you. So anyway, that's last year's budgets, but hopefully next time we're done this year, hopefully in September or so, you'll get another one of those. That'll be more usable for you. We'll make sure we have hard copies here at the table. Another one that we've been working on is the SOCs. So Emma has finished the SOCs. I did work with Tara, Jim, and myself on, we have such a wide variety between the 3 of us that it's kind of unfair because nobody wants to apply with me, but they'll apply with those guys because they're higher. And we'd always been the same. So we came up with job descriptions that do match, so to speak. And so I'm just gonna bring it to you next week to approve that SOC adjustment. I'll send it out to you and we'll have it in your packets, but if you're okay with that, then Emma is gonna send out to all the departments, here's your SOCs, and here's the application to change your SOCs. Because that way, if things have moved for them, then they should come to you, and like we said, we don't wanna go backtrack, so it'll be from that day forward. So we just wanted to make you aware that that's gonna go out to folks. I do have a company that I'm gonna also send you some stuff. It'll be with my budget. request next week separate. I'm not gonna put it in my budget, but I'll put it separately. Who does that on a regular basis? They will change it twice a year. It's specific to us. If we decide that we want it by June 30th, then we get a big discount on the front end. And so what they do is what Emma did by hand, they'll just do it and we'll have access to that full time so that it's there. You don't have to ask me, hey, can you do this and wait 10 weeks for, well, me, maybe 2 weeks for Emma. But, you know, I mean, to get that done. So it's something I'm interested in that you're looking at that might help without putting a lot of money into that. And do you have anything else? Those are the ones I could think of right now. So just wanted to kind of let you know that we are doing that for adjustment. And with the main floor adjustment, it will kind of hit where Amanda is too for her starting wages, right at about that 40,000 level. Anything else you need from us for budgeting purposes or?
Yes, not. Recap.
I would introduce, and rendezvous, no, kind of do, read the environmental license and get that out to them. Then I will have work with being on the PCI on May 19th. That's what I think.
These will be up next week. All of these.
And those,
Yeah, next week.
Oh,
If you
yeah,
have any
scholarships.
changes, email me.
I brought mine in already.
Yeah.
Scholarships due next week.
Mine's it.
Well.
Commissioners.
Richard German.
All right, all those in favor?
I.
We're done.
Thank you very much. And the way you, this is